Hey everybody, welcome to another round of Canje Plays, and I am super bright for some reason, or maybe that's my monitor. I don't know. Hey everybody, welcome to another round of Canje Plays, and today we're getting into Aeon Trespass Odyssey. I'm starting a little earlier than usual. I usually start, with 3 minutes left to go, and that's when you see a bunch of people pull in, but we're going to dive into this one today a little bit early because we've got a lot to cover. There is a ton of stuff to go through. There is a wonderful book that is the Learn to Play guide that we're going to go through and have some fun. Hey, Jackpot Man, how's it going? So we're going to dive. Ooh, what? Sorry, this is set funky. There it is. There you are. Hey. So we're going to dive into this. We're going to play through the entire Learn to Play guide. That is the Hecaton battle and the journey, I guess, the adventure phase of things. So you can get a full preview of this game in one sitting, determine how if you like it, if it's for you, and if it'll make it to the table. From what I played through the Hackathon battle and part of this just to kind of make sure I got all the cards set up and everything the way that it's supposed to go. And if you have ever played KDM, yeah. So there's a lot of similarities, a lot of similarities. And so we're going to get into it. We're going to find out what's going on, and we're going to have a good time playing it. Before I begin, I want to say thank you to my Patreons, my YouTube subscribers, and if you're neither, just coming in to hang out, thank you and welcome as well. Let's see. What's the usual thing I say? I turn on subscriber mode only because the sleazy chat bots are diving into our fun, and I don't want that to happen as we enjoy this playthrough. So yay. Also, I have painted the minis. So if you want to see what those minis look like close up, I'll show a little bit of what I can here. But if you really want to see them close up, they're on my Instagram page, so you can just go on there. That's where I post all the minis that I paint. I put them in there. All right, cool. Let's get some information and then get down to the table. All right, so Aeon Trespass Odyssey. It delivered right before the holiday, right before Christmas for me. And already people are giving it a 9.4. 1,000 people are rating it, so it's great. Hey, Steven, what's going on? Hey, Steph, how's it going? Pull up a chair. So, they're giving this a huge amount of love so far, but once again, I always warn this. When you get into looking at BGG for like the review on board games to say, okay, well, what's the score on that? Give it a year after the game's released, because what you're going to get is you're going to get a bunch of people who've either play tested the game on things that'll change, never played the game and just are super hype, or never played the game and are angry for some reason or another because the internet exists. So always give it about a year, and then after that, everyone who has played it and are going to review it will have put in their stuff, and you'll see those scores balance out. But right now, it's looking pretty good. And I've talked to a couple people. If you don't know, Lookshire Gaming, he did a lot of content on this. He's playing through it as well. So he has his video out there. It's amazing. Check it out if you want to. It is beautiful. He did a great job. But even he and I talk a lot, and he says he loves it. Barrett said from Meet Me at the Table has played it, and he said that he's really enjoying it. So I think the score is pretty apt. So 1 to 4 players, best plays 1 to 2. I'm going to be playing solo, but with 4 characters. When you play the game, you have to play with 4 Titans. And so we'll talk about that a little bit and get into it. Time's about 90 minutes. That depends on how you play, right? Hey, Dark Mind, what's going? Welcome. Pull up a chair. So it's basically how you play. When you stream, it's a little bit longer. You're explaining stuff. You're taking care of stream stuff, so it gets a little hectic. So it's going to go over 90 minutes. I'm just going to let you know that. Age 12 plus, the community says 14 plus. The weight's about a 4.72 out of 5. I thought that was a little harsh when I fought the Hecaton, but then I started looking at the adventure phase, and it's like, yeah, that's where the complexity is. When you start adventuring around Crete and all that other stuff and doing it gets really complex. And we're going to go through all that to make sure that you understand how it works when you drop it on your table. But the fight itself, if you've ever played KDM, you know how to fight. You know how to fight the monster. So we'll get into all that. Designed by Marcin, a great group of artists worked on. The art is exquisite. So a great group of artists working on it, and published by Into the Unknown, I believe this was their first Kickstarter. This is their first Kickstarter. The other one is Kingdom Forlorn. And I believe Steven told me that they are dropping another Kickstarter for like the first expansion of Aeon Trespass coming out soon. Now remember that what you received recently is the cycle of the base game 1, 2, and 3 plus the primer, which is what we're going to play today. But if you got the expansions, which is cycle 4 and 5, which I believe is Babylon and Atlantis, then you'll get that wave 2, but they're already starting to work on the next iteration of this, which is fantastic. Hey, Frederick, what's going on? Pull up a chair, pull up a chair. Okay, so as I play through this, ask questions. Let me know if you have anything. I will pause. Don't feel weird about being like, I don't want to stop you from playing. No, we're going through this together. So if you ever have any questions, hit me up. I'll pull it up and we can talk about it. We'll go through it. I'll find it in the rule book. And if I make any mistakes, keep me honest in chat now. So if I make any mistakes, let me know and I'll fix it. All right, cool. Let's get down to the table. There we go. Yeah. All right, so we've got the board set up for the Hecaton fight. I just kind of preset things up and I've set up our Titans that are here. So where to begin in this craziness? Well, let's begin with the Learn to Play manual because I've already read through it, but I'm going to go through it. Ooh, put that there. But I will go through it I'll go through it as we kind of play through it so we're on the same page, okay? All right. It starts off with Arise. So it says, for a long time while there was nothing, then excruciating pain, you awake to the cold embrace of the old priest's wiry hands, his wrinkled face an unsung epic unto itself, his tired but fiery eyes telling you that epic is not quite finished. Awaken, dreamer, there is need. You're rushed through the half-lit corridors, sandals clanging on the metal floor, hurried shouts cheering you on. You enter a giant round room the priest called the Union Millennium. Green liquid pours from bronze pipes and into a large pool in the middle. Long, thick roots hang from the ceiling, each tipped with a metallic spike. Oh, there will be dice failure. Where was I? With a metallic spike, right? Yep. Is there a tree, you wonder absent-mindedly? The old priest does not waste time. Hecaton has come. It crawled onto the ship when we entered the shallows. We are the flame it wants to extinguish. Let it not. Dive into the pool, O Argonaut, and dream the dream of power. Though you have many questions, you recognize the immediacy of the old man's plea. You submerge into the emerald waters. The liquid is warm and soothing. Suddenly you feel elated and terrified. As another consciousness makes its presence known, you start to lose your sense of self. You feel that other more palpably now, simple and unrefined, raw and primal. Tremendous power of a titan. How do I control it? Learn through struggle, the last words of the priests are drowned by the mighty bellowing roar of the Hecaton. Alright, so we've got that is just kind of an introduction. So what we have is we've got our Argo sheet. So this is our Argo sheet, right? So it's one Argonaut, one Argonaut. And so you have 4. So you're going to put this information in there, and I'll fill these out after we play. But you'll put the information in here of your different Argonauts that you're going to play. What drives me nuts on this is that I hate this so much. And I hate it so much that I found there's an app. Yay! You know me. I love apps. Apps so I don't have to write stuff. And I am perfectly fine with it. Is there a hair or crack in the camera, or is it my glasses? Oh, it's probably this thing being funky. It's probably that. That's probably what you're seeing. There you go. Shouldn't see it anymore. All right, so there is an app, Into the Unknown released it right after the holidays that you can pull in and use this to track instead of writing a bunch of stuff on a sheet of paper. So when you go to host, it'll say, okay, well, do you want to create a campaign? I sure enough do. And my campaign name is going to be Canje Rolls Dice. Sweet. The cycle that we're playing, we're going to be playing, we're going to get into cycle 1, but this is the tutorial, but all that is contained on the Truth of the Labyrinth. So we'll go to Truth of the Labyrinth. I'm hosting it because I'm awesome. And we go ahead and play. So then it says choose our Argonauts, right? Keeping track of everything. So first, what we have is... Oh, now it's gone. Okay, cool. First, we choose our Argonauts. Well, my main, because you know me. Where are you? Come on, where you at? We have Fisher, who's going to be piloting Solo in the Dreamwalker, and we'll take a look at that. So cool. Check. We're going to be using Cersegard, who's going to be piloting Philoctera. Cool. We'll also have Leocules, who will be piloting Herodotus. And finally, these are all pre-gens that we'll be using. You can make your own, but these are all pre-gens. We have Roz, who will be piloting Ulyssia. So those are our 4 Argonauts. You have to play with 4. That's just how it works. Hey, Stephen, what's going on? I'm so glad you're here because I want you to see this KDM thing, and I want to get your thoughts on it since I know you're a KDM fan. So when this starts off, if you notice at the bottom of the screen, right, it says 4. If you notice bottom right underneath Leocules, that's how many, that's the ship's hull. So 4 out of 5. That means that if the ship's hull falls to 0, you lose the game. The oars is your crew. So it says 5 out of 6. If the crew falls to 0, you lose the game. It's saying how much fate we have, how much strangers are on there, and how much hecatons are on, that we can hold, says 8 out of 10. So that's how much we're starting with. And basically, this gives you everything that's on that sheet that you get to step through and build up, right? So the Adventures, Evolution, Argonauts, all this other stuff. What we're going to start, so if we do with the Argonauts, that'll take us back to these, and they give you kind of breakouts. So let me show you her. So the card that you'll get is her. And if you notice, these cards are super tiny, but if you notice at the bottom as I hold it up, you see where it says Cunning 1? It matches that in the app, so you don't have to worry about writing that down, right? She does have a backstory. Let me see if they have this in there for her. They do not, so I'll read it to you. And these cards are super tiny. See how small they are? They are not meant for people over 40 to read because they are super tiny and the text is even smaller, and that's my first complaint about the game. Okay, so Fisher's told she looks cold and calculating. She likes it that way. It makes her interactions with the world that much easier. She's programmatic and driven, though she knows, maybe better than anyone else, that the Argo's mission is bigger than any single ambition. She will make sure it reaches its destination, whatever it is. And that is her backstory. Our next Argonaut is going to be Cersegard. Cersegard says, Cersegard does not remember how she lost an eye. Strangely, she does not harbor resentment, as if she deserved it. Calm and collected, she was anointed by the Outcast Council to lead the Argo after her stand against the Hermesian pursuer. Many feel she lacks the empathy to lead the crew, while others argue that a cold and calculating approach is exactly what the Argo needs in these dark times. As for Cersegard, she spends more and more time junctioning with her Titan. In the mind's eye, she found a spark. Old people problems, I know, right? Next, we have Leocules. You know I was going to pick him. So, Leocules doesn't know who he was, and he doesn't care a bit. His body remembers the hardships and the struggles of a life fought and won, the violence. He treats his awakening from the mausoleum as an opportunity to become a gentler, more empathetic man, at peace with himself. And his will is +1. So each one of them gets a boost to start off. And then we have Roz. So Roz knows she hails from the Forbidden East, where an ancient empire is said to have risen to immense power and wealth. She finds she has little in common with those notions, as the only thing she seeks is knowledge, and hers is courage. So she has courage +1. So when you begin, and we go here, like I said, this app gives you this set of timeline that builds on this, right? So we start off with our fight. So I don't have to write anything down, and you never will either using the app. And I say use it because there's a lot to keep in contact with. So that's the Argonaut sheet. That's what this goes over, and this goes over. So I just ran through it with you, right? Then we're going on to our battle. So it tells you how to set up the battle board, right? It tells you to grab those pages. All the app takes care of all that for you. And it tells you to set this up, and it tells you about this new thing that they have called the Triskelion. So the Triskelion is an interesting widget. Yeah, I call it a widget. So let's zoom into this and take a look at it. So on this Triskelion, you have, and I need to tighten these a little bit, but you have these 3 counters. One is rage, one is fate, and one is danger. So to break this down, kind of saying, okay, well, what does this all amount to in the end? Rage. Whenever you get, as you attack, or as you attack, you get stronger because you get more angry. That builds your rage. Danger, think of that as your health, right? If you go above a certain level, you will die. So that's your health. And fate is your ability to twist fate into your own mode, or into your favor by re-rolling dice. It costs a fate. Now here's the push-pull system of this: is that the more rage you get, the stronger you get. However, if you get too much, if you go over 9, you die. So you have to maintain rage. You have to manage your rage. Then there's danger. With danger, every time you get hit, you pull an injury card. As the numbers go up and up and up, the injuries get more severe to the point of you can die. If you have to go over 9, you have to pull one of these cards called obol cards, and one of them will just say you're dead. The end. There is grave trauma that causes you to die too. So you have to manage that. And then there's fate. If you go too high on fate, guess what? Your luck runs out and you die. So this Triskelion thing is like, okay, so the more rage I get, the stronger I get. But at the same time, the mechanic is the stronger I get, the more out of control I get, which means I will lose control of my Titan, and I will die. So you have to be careful of that. Our heroes start off with, in here so I could hold this up, with this one. So Steven, I know you'll remember that you'll see this as Fist and Tooth. So they start off with called Fist. This is what they're fighting with. They will roll 2 dice and they add nothing to it. And should they hit, they get one. They automatically get 1 red die to roll to see how much damage they inflict. Very KDM like, right? A lot of people will say, no, it's not. It is. So we are going against the wonderful Hecaton. And this is him painted. I added some oohoo at the bottom to get the dripping like saliva that's coming out of the mouth. And those are the eyes. So this is our Hecaton. And we have our Argonauts that are all here. Once again, like I said, if you want to see them more close up, they're on my Instagram page. So we are starting off with this fight. And it says, okay, we're ready to go. We're ready to deal with the fight. We've dealt everything out that we're supposed to. All Triskelions are set to 0. And we need to pick someone who's going to have the priority token, right? This is who the Hecaton's going to focus on. So usually it's the person with the highest amount of rage, I believe. And so since all of their rage is set to 0, for the first fight, the tutorial says you get to choose who it is. Well, Cersagard seems to be a good one that's going to take that. So we're going to give it to her in her Titan, right? Let's see. Okay, we're talking about the Hecaton now. So this is the Hecaton. This is its sheet. A lot of people like to cover these bottoms because it's basically tutorial level, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. So it gets stronger as you level up. And sorry if my hands are shaking. It's cold in here. So we're going to focus on level 1. So tutorial level 0. Level 0 says that it hits on 7+, it has 6 movement, and it has 6 health. It also has this trait called Friendly Warning. So, first of all, it's Aeon Trespass, and I'll tell you what that is. I'm already liking this. Nothing beats Fist and Tooth. I know, right? So one thing it does is it reduces its Aeon Trespass by -1. I'll talk about that in a second. And then it has Friendly Warning. This is its trait. -2 to all knockback performed by the Hecaton. So if it's going to knock you back, whatever number it says is going to knock you back by, you -2 from that. That's how far it knocks you back. Okay? So that is pretty much it. It has these two abilities. Once again, if you've played KDM, think of these. This is its routine, and this is its signature. So routine is kind of if it can't get to you, if it can't attack you. When we're talking about the white line, if anybody's played KDM, I think that one's called Sniff. This one is called Idle Hands. And on this one, it says Idle Hands, it will damage the Argo for 1. So it's just like it's like batting around the Argo as you're fighting it. So if it can't attack you, it's attacking the Argo. And if the Argo goes to 0, you lose the game. So that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. Its signature, so whenever it says it's just going to do its signature, is called SWAT. So this right here is a little different, right? All right. So when it comes to attacks, and we'll get into that when we're doing the AI cards, when it comes to the Hecaton attacking you, it always hits you. Always. The only way to mitigate the hit is to beat that number, or whatever number's on the card. So basically, it's hitting you for 2 danger or 2 damage. You need to roll 2 dice, and if you roll 9+ on both, you avoid the damage. So it's not. This is more reactionary. Whenever you see the Hecaton, it's like the AI card will tell you what it's going to do, and then when it attacks, it does hit you. You determine how hard it hits you by rolling dice to dodge. All right, and we'll get into that as we dive into it. So that's kind of its signature card. So if one of the AI cards says do the Hecaton signature, that's the card that we're going to go to and resolve it in turn. Okay? All right. Let's see. The Hecaton always goes first. Always. All the Primordials go first. You do not go first. All right. So we talked about speed, movement. Let's talk about movement in the game. I'm just using this as a reference as I read through each bullet. Movement in the game is always orthogonal. You cannot attack on a diagonal. So I can't go here and say, okay, I'm here. I'm going to attack the Hecaton. I can't. I have to be orthogonal to it. I cannot attack diagonally. I cannot move diagonally. So just like KDM, when you have to move, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3 to get there, right? You face where you're going to face, but you have to do it. Hey, Yanni, how's it going? Good luck with the rolls. You know I'm going to fail. Y'all are just waiting for it, but I'm just going through the explanation for people who want to understand how to play the game when it gets to their table. So basically, as you move, you have to move in orthogonal directions. So just keep that in mind. I can't just say, okay, well, I'm going to do 1, 2, fight. I have to do 1, 2, 3, or whatever path I want to take. And, hey, Azariel, how's it going? Hello, is a bloodbath a thing about to come? Yes. However, the priority token the Hecaton will prioritize the target if it's in his field of view. So if one of the things says in line of sight or in front, then the person with the priority token will get hit. If one says if that's not where the priority is, then the Hecaton will attack the closest person to its target. Take this off because I keep forgetting how hot the sweater is. Okay, so I think we've covered movement to death, and you'll see more of it as we go. We've gone through, I think I've gone through all these pages. Yep, I gone through no targeting. Targeting lines is line of sight. Of course, everything's line of sight. Characters can attack. Other characters don't block line of sight at all, but it's still, if these things that you see here that are on the board, those are columns. So if I'm behind that column and he's here, he can't see me, so no line of sight. Is there anything like Dark Pact in this game? If not, you should be fine. Too soon, Frederick! Too soon! Oh, that hurt. Okay, so We will begin by going through around the combat to see what it looks like and then playing things out. All right? So first thing we need to determine, I have these face up because this is the tutorial. Let's talk about the columns before I kick it off. These columns actually have an ability. Let's make sure I have them there that you can see. There you go. So these columns have an ability. So it says obstacle when it's obscured by crazy light. Let me move it over here. There we go. Obstacle. So those are obstacles. They're obscuring and they're destructive, which means they can be destroyed. They're trap. If you push the primordial into this tile, remove the tile and roll a d10. And based on the d10, one of those things, based on your result, usually for me it's to be a 1 or a 2. But for everybody else who plays this game, you'll get between a 3 and a 10, and you'll either place a negative token in the Kratos pool, and we'll talk about the Kratos pool when we're fighting and everything, okay? So that's pushing him through. We don't really have a lot of abilities to do that right now, but it's still we still should be able to I think we should be able to beat him. So, here we go. When we start off, we need to determine which direction the Hecaton is facing. I'm going to keep this card out for it, but I'm going to shuffle the minor. Basically, you grab the minor trauma deck, give it a good shuffle. And like I said, if you have questions, let me know. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. All right. So, what the Hecaton? I know, right? So you grab a minor card, you flip it over, and the only thing you care about is this symbol here at the bottom. You see this? That's the direction that he starts, right there. So you turn him that direction. And then you shuffle the cards back. And I'm going to put that one card back on top because we're going through the tutorial. It wants to teach. And then after the first round, it's going to leave me to my own devices. So we shuffle that up and put that there. All right, the Hecaton goes first. The first thing they want you to pull is this card, which is called Cold Open. All right. Now, if you look on here, it's an AI level 1 Hecaton card, right? So this is the first one they want you to play. I have no questions. I already played through this. Oh, sweet. So you have cold. So keep me honest, Azario. Keep me honest on this one. I don't want to make any. I don't want to make any mistakes on this go through. So what you have here is this is Cold Open. They want you to open with this card. So that means that he is. So what is he going to do? He is going to target the closest Titan in front in range. That's the first thing that he's going to do in this card. Well, if we look at here, these two are in range. Are either one of those her? No. So since they're not the priority, we get to, because they're equidistant, we get to pick which one he'll attack. Let Achilles get a beating for a second. So when the Hecaton moves, you know how usually in games they tell you to shrink down to one square and then move it? In this one, it's the 2 squares that they're on, and he even moves horizontally. So he would do, remember his movement is 6, so he would do 1, 2, 3. And then he turns and he faces Leocules. Okay? Then let's take a look at what he does next. So that's the closest Titan in range. And then we move, if that's not there, we go down to the next line, Titan in sight. So then we move and attack. Okay, now here's one of the things here. So it says that if your danger level is 3 or more, you have to roll 1 extra die, which means he's hitting you. Right now, he's hitting you for 4 damage. If your danger were 3 or higher, you would roll 1 more, and it would be 5 damage he's hitting you for. So that's what happens, right? So let's move up to what's happening, and then we'll deal what's underneath here. So move and attack. Well, his attack, he's hitting you for 4 damage, and you have to roll 4 dice until it's linear with the target, and then it moves in a straight line. Yeah, and I did. Well, zigzag it can. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Or it would go 1, 2, 3, boom. There you go. It gets you there. Zigzag pattern. So basically what this means is I have to roll 4 dice. If I get a 6 plus, I dodge the attack. If not, I take the damage. All right, so that's what that means. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to this lovely, lovely dice tray, and we're going to grab 4 dice. One of your dice must be a white die, which is the crit die. Okay, we'll find out why it calls it that in a second. So, but basically, you're going to roll. I'm going to roll 4 dice, and I want to get. Let me put this over closer. I want to get 6 or higher to not take any damage, right? So I would roll it. The thing helps me prepare them. So go. So I got a 10 crit, a 7, and a 9, and a 2. So that means that I have dodged 3, and I've taken 1 damage, right? So it's always hitting you. So we go to Leocules. I really need to tighten these down. So we go to his Triskelion, and we say at the danger he got hit for 1. Well, what does it say here to do? It says that for each hit, deal 1 danger for every hit. So I got hit for 1. All right, so this goes up not to 9, to 1. And that's not at 9, that goes at 0. There we go. So he is at 1 danger. Now, I'm not done. I'm not even done. What ends up happening now that he's taken 1 danger, he has taken damage in battle. And what that means is every single time you take damage in an attack, only in an attack, you have to draw a trauma card. So this tells us to draw the Kratos Whisper trauma card if you got below a certain number, and let's talk about that for a second. Let's take a pause in combat and go through what the card says. So what you do is you come here, and this is your Titan card. This is his card, Herodotus. Okay, it's a Dreamwalker. It gets the roll of red combat die. Its movement's 5, and then it has an ability. If your danger is 2+, you can spend the fate to do some stuff. But what I care about is when I get hit, I determine what trauma card I'm going to draw. So because I took 1 danger, I draw a minor trauma card. If I take another if I go from 4 to 6, I take a major, a grave, and an Obolus card. Obolus card's usually death, right? When you're 10+. That it gives you a chance to live. There is a you live card, but most of them are your dead cards. So that's what that means. So I pulled a minor trauma card, which in this case they wanted us to pull the Kratos Whisper card. And it says that the Mirai are watching. Gain 1 rage. So that's what happens. I gain 1 rage. So I go back to his sheet and I increase his rage counter to 1. So he has 1 danger and he has 1 rage. This is important. Rage is important. You want rage to build. Back over here. And let's get back to the fun. So then what ends up happening, we're not done with the Hecaton turn. So then we go to the follow-up. And the follow-up says, after the attack, push back 3. You're already doing better. Oh, thanks, Adam. So it says after the follow-up, this always happens whether they hit you or not. If you didn't take any damage, this after attack still happens. So don't skip it. Don't skip this when it happens, okay? It says push back 3. Now remember, his card said that knockback gets that, not pushback. So knockback. So pushback just means that he's just going to push you and move with you. So you're going to move 1, 2, 3. And he's going to move 1, 2, 3. So basically, he just moves with you, right? And that's all that means. That's the end of his turn. So it seemed like a lot only because I stopped to explain a lot of stuff, but it's going to go really quick as you play through them, as you run through these cards, all right? Then it turns into our turn. So it's our turn now. We can go in any order. It does not matter who's going to go. But we can go in any order we want to. Since Herodotus is back here, he's over there. Remember, we only have 5 movement. Well, let's think and strategize for a second. This character, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, can get here. This character can, if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, can't really get there yet. This character, 1, 2, 3, 4, can get there, and then Herodotus is there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have, you are Ulyssia, so this is Roz. Roz is going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's her 5 movement, and on your turn you get to do a move and then an attack. Simple KDM mechanics, right? But your attack is a little different. So every character is the same, so even if I grab Leocules' card, it's not a big deal. So I'm going to hold this up there for you to see. Alright, so every character has this card, which is Fists. What they're going to roll, if you look up there, you're going to roll 2 dice. You get 0 modifier to it. That's what that +0 is. 0 modifier. What I need to... Sorry, my brain just shut off. To hit the Hecaton, I need a 7+. As I showed on his card right there at the 0. I need a 7+ to hit him. He moves 6 and he has 6 health. Okay? So I need a 7+ to hit him. So I'm going to roll 2 dice and pray to goodness for a 7+. Remember, one of them always has to be a white die. Always, always. So let's roll this and see how we do. The game lets us cheat a little because it wants to teach us, but I'm still going to roll dice and see if I can crit. Oof, I got a 6 and a 6. The worst. However, the game said let's teach you how to hit this creature for a second. And tighten around. Here it is. 7+. What did it tell me to set it to? Right now, I wouldn't have hit the creature, but I'm trying... there it is. 7 and a 9. Okay. So what you want to do is when your turn starts, Ulysses is going first. You want to increase every time you attack, you increase your rage. Every single time. Don't skip it. If you do the thing called attacking, increase your rage by 1. So I increased her rage by 1. And she rolled a 6 and a 6, which even she missed, but still her rage goes up. But the tutorial says, I want to give you a break. Go ahead and set this to a 7 and a 9 to say that you hit. You hit on both dice, right? So, yay, the game let me hit a creature and knew that I was going to be rolling dice and it wanted to teach me. So both of those 7+ hit. So then what are we going to do? Well, yeah, that's the card that they want, and then I'll shuffle the rest. So what you do is what are these called? The BP deck? I can't remember what it's called. I forgot what the B stands for. Body point? It just says BP deck. So I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically the wound deck, right? So this is the creature's body. So this is the body that we're hitting. You grab the card. They want you to grab this card first, the right mighty fist. Body part. Thank you. The body part. So where are you hitting it? So basically, it wants you to grab this one the first. So remember I said the Aeon Trespass and -1 to it. So this says right mighty fist. That's what I'm hitting. It has an Aeon Trespass of 3. What Aeon Trespass is, to define it, what the Aeon Trespass is it's like a magic armor, right? It's a magic armor that's around the Hecaton, and no one can pierce it save for these Titans, which is why we use Titans in battle, or Megazords, right? Which is why we use our Megazord in battle. Well, the Megazord can get through Aeon Trespass potentially. So right now, we need a 3, but remember on his card, on the Hecaton card, it says that there is a -1 to Aeon Trespass. So that means that we need to roll some dice to determine if we can get past this. Well, let's go to our dice tray to talk about the different types of dice. Let me put this here for a second. So you take these out. You get these dice. And these dice are, you automatically get one to roll, automatically, because that is your fist ability, says that you automatically get one. And then for every hit that you made on the creature, for every die you rolled that was a hit, you add another die. So because the game was merciful on me and gave me 2 hits, I'm going to roll 3 dice. These symbols on here are the one that you're going to see me roll the most often. That. Actually, no, the one you'll see me roll the most often is this one. There, that. That's a miss. So that means you don't hit it at all. This symbol says that if you look into the active Kratos pool, and there is a token there, you can use that token, if it's a break token, to break through the Aeon Trespass, to, like, it'll turn it into a success, basically. And then there is the actual success symbol, which is this one. Okay? So there are variants of it. So that's 1 and another, basically. That's 2 and all that. So I'm going to roll 3 dice. And what I want is those lines. I want 2 of those lines or more. And then I break through the Aeon Trespass and I damage the creature. So let's see how we do. Whoopee, look at that. So that is 2, 3, and then potential for a 4th. But that doesn't matter. Like, if you're like, well, what happens if I hit over? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you hit over. You just need to break Aeon Trespass. Once you break Aeon Trespass, you then deal with what the outcome was. Well, if I rolled a 10 on my hit, I crit. Right? So if I rolled a 10 on that first roll to hit, then I follow the crit on it. Otherwise, we follow what comes up above where necessary. For this specific one, it says if I wound the creature, it's going to push back 1. Oot, Aeon Trespass, kill it with... We'll see. A little off. The automatic red die you get for your hit comes from the Titan card that shows the red die. Each additional hit supplies 1 red power die. So it's 3, just like yours doing. Oh, I thought it was from the card, because from what I was reading in the tutorial, it was saying because of this, I get a die, and there's in some of them that they'll have 2 of these where it's 2. But okay. No, Adam, no, do not shut it. If I'm messing up, remember, people are watching the people who watch this. It's helping them play through it. So if I'm screwing up, keep me honest. No shutting it. You talk. On the Titan card, it does have it. You are absolutely right. I thought it was on the ability, but it's on the Titan card. So Adam is correct. So basically, I wound the creature. So it's going to push back 1, and then I will gain a danger for hitting this creature. So let's grab Ulysses' card here, her thingy here. So I'm going to gain a danger for wounding the creature with my 1 rage. And then it's going to push me back 1. So, boom. Turns to face me and pushes me back 1. And then it says knockback 5. So knockback means that it's going to punch me backwards. But 5, remember on its card, it says friendly warning -2 to all knockbacks performed by the Hecaton. So 5 - 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. And that's my knockback. So pushback, he comes with me. Knockback, he knocks me back. And then, since I've done damage to this creature, right? So this card has been damaged. I go ahead and I put this on the wound stack of the board. So the creature has been wounded. So that's what we put there, right? When that happens, all right, this is an important piece. I do wish it made a clicking noise too, because I kept spinning the dials, and I know that there's third-party dials that are made, but I think I just need to tighten it down. It should be fine. So, I wounded the creature. When you wound the creature, we hit this new level called escalation. This is different than KDM, and this I really like. What we do, and I want to make sure I do the escalation part properly. What we do is, when we escalate, the body part deck must always stay the same size. Always, always. So when we move, another card comes in. So when we escalate, since we wounded a level 1 body part, we're going to go to the level 2 body part deck. Shuffle that up. and we're going to grab a level 2 body part. And remember, the wound deck, the body part deck always stays the same size. Always, always. So we shuffle these up. In one of my first playthroughs, I completely missed this. So then we grab a level 2, and it'll say level 2 on it. And we shuffle that into the body part deck. So now the body part is always at 6. Yeah, Baron, I agree. So you shuffle that up. And I'm going to try not to look. The one thing I'm going to do after this is these cards, I'm going to put black backs on them. Because as I'm shuffling, I could be like, okay, I'm looking. Oh, there's level 2. I don't want that. Or I do want that, so I leave that on top type of deal. So I'm probably going to put full color backs on these to hide these body part ones. And then I'll just write BP on them or something. All right, so shuffle. There we go. So that is the new body part deck. Then, we're not done yet. Because he's escalating, we grab the AI deck. And remember, we went against an AI, a level 1 card. So we're escalating to AI level 2. So he's going to start getting harder as you keep fighting him. So you shuffle this up. And what you do is you look for the first card on this deck. And I didn't give this a good shuffle when I started, so let me do that now. You look at the first level 1 card on here. And you pop it out, and it's removed from the game. And then you grab a level 2 card and shuffle that bad boy in. So he's getting harder. And his body parts are getting a little bit more thicker. So we shuffle that up. There we go. And then, so that's how you escalate. It's basically, he's going to start getting harder the more damage you put on him. I need to hit him for 6 damage. I just hit him for 1. And he's already escalated up to a level 2 card and a level 2 body part card. But that was just my first character that went to go, right? So we got a chance here. We got a chance to start knocking out some stuff, seeing how it's going. So my next character is going to go. I would watch out for the full color back because you need to know which is level 1. I think, yeah, I was thinking of like marking on there level 1, level 2. Nah, but that would go against it anyway. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I thought about that, but I'm not sure I'm gonna do that. Yeah, you're right. I was like, if I put the number on it, what point does it serve? That would have been idiotic of me to do. So I got to think of something. Yeah, I gotta think of something. I got some way to hide that because someone could game the system that way. There's gotta be a way. Maybe have it on. Maybe it would be cool if they had it on the inside. I don't know. I need to think about it. So that is the end of Ulyssia turn. Now, let's talk about the Kratos pool. So what we do at the end of someone's turn. No level ref on the front. There's a level ref on the front of the card, for sure. If you look here. It's here, so we could do it that way. Shuffle vertically the cards. I'm not good at that, but I could try it. So what we do when we get here is we look at our Triskelion. So Ulysses Triskelion says she has, not 2, 1, stupid thing, 1 rage. She has 1 rage, 1 danger, and 0 fate. 1 rage. That's important, because let me grab her sheet. Pull it over here. You come over here and you look at this, which is the Kratos setup. So if she has 1 rage, we can either put a opening or a break token in the Kratos pool for the next player. So it's basically we're working as a team helping each other out. So we can put a break token or an opening token. An opening token means that I get +1 to my to hit roll. I really appreciate these live streams. It's so hard to find other people that enjoy board gaming like this. I'm kind of a board game fanatic, so so that means that we get to add +1 to our to hit roll. Remember that +7? This would make it a +6 for 1 die. The break roll means that if we ever roll these red dice and we get this symbol, we can use that break roll to add to the Aeon Trespass roll. Okay. For me, I usually save it for the break roll because I'm like, if I miss, and it's just going to be what it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, instead of an opening roll, I'm going to grab one of these break tokens, which is this, and I'm going to put it in the Kratos pool over here. So that means the next person that plays has that ability to use. So you're helping each other out, and I think that is so cool. That's true. That's true, Zariel. That's true. So, her turn's done. Ulysses' turn is done. But we still have Herodotus, Philoctera, and Solon's turn to go. So let's see. We'll do Solon. We'll let Fisher go next. Yeah, because I want to pull him a little bit closer. Or I could do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want him to knock me back into this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They'll get me there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's also fair, Dragon. That's also fair. That's so fair. That's fair. Yeah. Yep. Always that. That's the icing on the cake. That's awesome. All right, so let's continue on with the first round of combat. Like what I say, it's only because I'm explaining it, taking my time to walk through these things that y'all are seeing it take a little bit of time. When we get into round 2, we're gonna pick it up and go a little bit faster, so you see how it goes. But keep me honest, people. If I'm making mistakes, let me know. Adam, let me know, so that I can get this thing right. Hey, Dom, what's going on? I was just about to learn this game. Great timing. So I moved. Yeah, that should bring you a little closer to her. So I moved him here. So let's see what happens. Remember, I'm only rolling 2. All of them have the same ability, so I'm only rolling 2. I'm trying to get a 7+. This is why I was like, if I miss, I miss. For people who are probably, they're like, turn this thing over. There you go. Does that make you feel better? Let's do it. I got a 9 and a 2. So I hit for 1. All right. So let's go back and let's take a look at the body part that I hit. Look. There is no way I can break this trespass. All right, so this says... Oh, and I was supposed to increase rage by 1. Sorry. That is Salone doing it. Rage goes up by 1. I'm going to start using dice instead of the Triskelion soon, because that helps me. Like, the fiddliness of Triskelions drive me crazy, so I might end up using dice. Alright, so I've hit the left shield fist. Trespass 4 is 4, but -1 because of the 0 hecaton, so I have to hit 3. I have to roll 3 successes to be able to wound this. Okay? Alright, so 3 successes. I get 1, remember Adam told us, because this tells us it's on the Titan card. And then because I hit for 1... Oh, did I not roll the white die? Ooh. Sorry. There, I got a 5. There's the white die. I got a 5. So, my bad. Always roll the white die. Always roll the white die. Sorry. So, I get 1 red die because it's on the Titan card. And then, because I only hit with 1 die, I only get to roll 1. I only get to roll 1 extra die. So, I'm only rolling 2 dice this time to hit. Thank you, Zariel, for telling me. I'm supposed to roll the white die. I just need to put this white... I'm going to put this white die in the Kratos pool. That way I know to roll it all the time instead of messing it up. Alright, here we go. I can re-roll by raising fate. I just want to be careful of fate. I was actually... and you cannot... Oh, thank you, Adam. That reminds me. So, remember when I was telling you that you can use fate to re-roll dice? On that 5 that I rolled... Matter of fact, let me do it now so to show you how it works. What I'll do is I'll come down here to this, and I'll raise my fate by 1 to re-roll that 5. Or the 2, whichever way you want to look at it. Hey, look, I got an 8. So I raised fate, I was able to re-roll this die, and I got an 8. So that means I got to hit again. So now I can add the 3 dice. Now, when I roll these dice, I cannot use fate to reroll these dice. You can only use fate on a d10. All right, keep that in mind. You can only use fate on a d10. So let's go ahead and roll this. The 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's pretty. That's 4 right there, breaking right through this left fist. So I broke through the left fist, and I always come back to center tone. So I'm going to gain a fate. So basically my fate is going to increase again because I kind of lucked out. And then I'm going to suffer a knockdown. So let's talk about what knockdown is. First, let me go over here, gain my fate. So fate goes up to 2. And then I suffer knockdown. Well, you got this lovely knockdown card that is super tiny. And because I'm zoomed in, it looks like a big card. It is not. And the text is even smaller. Why? Why is the text small? Anyway, it says if you move, so on the knockdown, yes, if I do have power 2, but I wasn't there yet. I'm still at rage 1. I'm still at rage 1. So I was going to explain that when I got to rage 2. All right, so, so I suffer knockdown. Now, knockdown has 2 sides. They have falling and standing up. So when you fall, basically it says, you are knocked down. Place your miniature on its side as a reminder. You cannot move voluntarily, attack, or use actions or abilities unless stated otherwise. If this card is discarded by another effect, stand up. See the other side of this card. At the end of your turn, flip this card. So Salone suffers knockdown. So what we're going to do is we're going to come out to her card and put knockdown next to it. We're going to take her miniature, put it on its side as she is knocked down. Hey, Jess, what's going on? So that is what happens. But we wounded another thing. So we put that in the wound deck. And then we grab a level 1 card. We grab a level 2 BP card because this always has to be the same side. Shuffle it up. So now it's getting a little tougher. I'm looking away. Like you said, shuffle sideways, but this is my shuffle sideways. It's just, it's gross. So I'm just going to do it this way and see what happens. All right, there we go. Then remember, we also have to escalate. So we find the first AI level 1 card, toss it out of the game, grab a level 2 because I wounded a level 1 body part. Go ahead and shuffle that up. If I wounded a level 2 body part, then I would shuffle a level 3 body part back into the body part deck and a level 3 AI card into the AI deck. So he's kind of getting a little pissy with me. He is not happy. All right. So my rage for Salone was 1 for that attack. Now, I didn't have to use this. Now, what happens to the Kratos pool at the end of a player's turn? You clear it. It's either use it or lose it. That's the rule. So it's gone, right? So now you look at her rage, and her rage, since she has 1 rage, I'm putting that break back in for the next player for her turn. So always keep that in mind. Don't say, oh, I got 1 in there, and then on her turn I'm going to add another, and then on my next player I'm going to add another, and I'm going to stack those up to win. That's not how it works. After every player's turn, you clear the Kratos pool completely. So it's a use it or lose it scenario, 100%. Okay, so that ends. Well, Herodotus is going to attack. Well, let's raise his rage to 2. Because he got knocked back and he's not happy with it. And he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want you to come this way. Pull me that way. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can hit this creature. My white die. Got it. And black die. 2 dice. 2 dice I'm going for. Let's see how we do. Oofta! So, you know we're using fate, right? So we're going to use fate. We're going to use 1 fate to reroll the crit die. Oh my god. Alright. That's it. You can only use one fate per turn, as according to the rules when it comes to fate. Note that unlike attack and evasion dice, power dice cannot be rerolled. I got that. Kratos pool, table. Type movement, pushback, trauma. I want to see the rerolls. It'll be under fate, I believe. Yeah, that's the battle aftermath. Yeah, I think you can only use one. Adam, am I right there? You can only use one fate per turn. So I can't use another fate to reroll another die. No, you can only use fate to reroll each die once. I think you can reroll both by spending 2. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That was my question. So let me spend another fate. I would really love to hit this guy. I'm going to go to 2. And let's reroll the black die. Hey, there it is. There's an 8. So I hit him for 1. So we're in the predicament where we were before, where I get 1 because of my Titan, and because I only hit 1, I do it. So let's find out what we're dealing with on the body part. So it's a 3 we need to roll. Remember, the trespass is -1. Now, look at this. It's not a wound. If we fail, we raise our fate and take knockdown. Okay, cool. Thanks, Black. Thank you so much. So I need a 3 to break through this, not a 4. So we're only rolling 2 dice, but we've got our break in the Kratos pool. So let's see if I can do it. Okay, then decide to spend another to do it. I think that's correct. Let's look up the rules. Let's see about it. I got the rule book right here. Let's look up the rules on Fate. Hey, look, they have an index. Isn't that crazy? Fate rerolls 8. Page 8. Let's check the rules on that. Gaining Fate is the most common way of rerolling D10 dice. The following rules apply for Fate rerolls. You must gain 1 Fate for each die you decide to reroll. Using Fate, you can reroll attack rolls, evasion rolls, and tests. Using Fate, you cannot reroll power rolls, armor rolls, and any other roll not listed. To reroll an Argo test, you must Argo. It does not say that you have to declare it, Adam. It does not say you have to do that. Let me see on the dice rerolls. Many effects will allow you to roll some of the dice again. If you're not satisfied with their result, all of these effects are referred to as rerolls. During a single roll, each die can only be rerolled once. Here it is. Ooh, look. Why didn't they put that in Fate rerolls? You must declare all dice. So look at this. Let me come up here. And this to me seems like it would have been apt, and this can be easily missed. Easily missed because it's not here. Instead, it's down here. And it says, during a single roll, each die can only be rerolled once. You must declare all dice you wish to reroll before you perform any of these rerolls. So instead of putting it here where you spend Fate to do a reroll, they put it down here on dice rerolls. So Adam's right. Thank you, Adam. So I should have done it, but I didn't, and we learned our lesson. I'm still rolling 2 dice. So let's get to the 2 dice to see. I agree, wrong section. I missed it too, like 3 to 4 of the way through my tutorial battle. Alright, so boom. Ugh. So even if I spend this break, which I got that, and that. Remember, I needed a 3. So, I mean, I have to spend the break, but it's just a 2. So I don't break the body part, which means awful things are going to happen to me now. So I didn't break the body part. I failed. So I'm going to take... So Fate is going to go up 1 more. Jesus. Going to 3. And then I suffer knockdown. I joined midway. I think I'm going to go back to the start of the stream to understand the game. No problem, Dom. No problem. So I failed that. This actually, I believe, goes into BP discard. So I did not hit. Nothing bad happened. So this is going to go into the BP discard. Okay. I don't think I can do much else. And they're knocked down, which means he's going to knock that away. God, this is just going to become awful. I got to set up for the next round. Let's see if I could 1, 2. And I'll stop right there. You're going to zigzag to me. You would hit all 3, 4, 5. Or I could just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That way, if you have to zigzag to me, you're not going to hit both of them when they're knocked down. Ugh. To zigzag to get to me, you will do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then get to me. Okay. Oh, this could be bad. Maybe I don't want to go there. I need to stay close to you so we can attack this creature. It's only got 2 wounds. I need 4 more to go. I could do 1, 2, 3, and just come here. And that should work. I'll still only get pushed once. Okay. Okay. So let's get to the fun of it. So that is all our turns. We are done. I believe every turn I increase a rage, or is every attack I increase a rage? That's what I'm trying to find out. On our turn, is it every turn or every attack? So that if you're for now though, you only have the fist, so that's your active weapon. Raise your rage by oh, every attack. Every attack. It says so in bold in the book. If you're attacking, you raise your rage. So her rage would not go up. Okay. Hackathon time. Hackathon time. Round 2. Fight. Good gravy. Target closest Titan in front in range. Closest Titan in sight. And then it's going to move up and punch the out of me. All right, so let's find out. One thing I want to find out in terms of if someone's knocked down, if they are considered eligible for beating. Let's see if they're considered eligible for beating. Knockdown. 64. Targeting. I probably should look up targeting. Targeting. Target 37. It's a well done rule book. I'm not mad at it at all. Alright, so targeting. Decide who or what becomes the target of the attack. After you reveal the ad card, check the targeting to see who or what is being attacked. Targeting is a series of increasingly general separate instructions called lines. Each line consists of the word target followed by targeted instructions. Note that a single target line can in fact take up more space than a text line. Cool. To check who is the target of primordial attack, read the lines in targeting area of the AI card one by one, from top to bottom until you find the right one. Do not check for other taglines. Cool. You're still not telling me what I want. So it says closest Titan in front. The target is the shortest distance in spaces from primordial counted through obstacles and red lines among all possible targets. So what are considered possible targets? So let's see. Some target instructions will require you to measure distance. Closest is measured in space orthogonally. Some game effects will instruct you to resolve an attack against a specific target, perform signature, or attack the attacker. When it happens, this instruction overrules targeting. Okay, but I don't believe this is my KDM brain, is that when you're knocked down, you're not eligible. I want to find out, and Adam or Chad or whoever, if you know where in the rule book it says if you're knocked down that you're ineligible. That's what I'm curious about it. It says at the end of your turn, flip this card. If you move voluntarily, attack, or use an action or ability. So it says, yeah. You're knocked down at the end of your turn. Next turn, flip the card. You are eligible when you're knocked down? Ooh, no. Oh, no. That's going to sting. That's going to chafe. So you are... Do you have the page number for that? I can't find anything that says you're not a target if knocked down. I had the same question because of KDM. Yeah. If y'all know, I'm curious as to the page that says if you are or are not, and it might be an errata. So we could check the errata page, the FAQ in a second. I think it's in the FAQ. Okay, let's go to the FAQ. Let's get some facts around here. Turn my head to the side for 1 second. So that I can grab a screen and pull it over here. And get my handy dandy, fancy schmancy, cheap $2 keyboard. To do Into the Unknown. Let's go to their FAQ. Resources. I want to make sure, I'm telling you, we all got to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So we'll go to the errata 1.1 and let me get a browser to pull that up. Browser capture. Oh, wrong one. Always pull the wrong stinking one. Window capture. That's the one we're looking for. Properties. And we'll do ATO errata. And click the OK button. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, let's just zoom in a little bit because I'm old. An old blind man. All right, so let's see. There is entry 18 of the errata. Thank you. Entry 18 of the errata. Find the number 18. During the primordial round, its target, so that's this one right here. During the primordial round, its AI targeting says in front and in range. Only my knockdown titan is in this area. Should my knockdown titan be the next target? And if yes, can he or she do the evasion roll and spend fate if needed? Yes. The knockdown titan is valid target, and yes, they can still roll for evasion and use fate to re-roll those evasion dice if desired. An armor roll can also be performed, but you cannot use block or reinforce. Cool, cool, cool. So say it the FAQ. Let's say. But in targeting entry in index, it doesn't say anything about knockdown, and the status does not exclude you from targeting. Yeah, I think it just was. Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's in the FAQ. It's in the errata. So that is, they said that you are. So cool. Okay, we can continue on with the good stuff. All right. So this off and move this off. Because horrible things are about to happen to the person who's in range, which is this knockdown titan right there, which is Salone. So Fisher's about to take some hits. So Fisher's gonna have to roll 2 dice, my white and the black die, and we have to beat a 10. So we have to roll a perfect roll. Yeah, the errata always overrides the rule book. Always, always, always. All right. So if you ever say, well, the rule book says, but the errata says, the errata always overrides the rule book. Always. What? What? Wait. Did y'all see that? What? What? Oh, you're attempting to link logic. I got you, Black. I got you. So something special just happened here, which is something special. I rolled 2 10s. And I needed to roll 2 10s on a 10 plus to avoid that hit. What just happened for me right here? So, all right. So we don't take any damage. We don't take any damage, but we still have to deal with the after effect. Clearly malfunction. So we rolled 2 10s, which means we avoided the hit. Our danger was not at 3, so we didn't have to roll an extra die. But so we didn't get dealt any danger, but we still have to do the after effect of knockback 5. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Let's deal with what happens here. So this is called crash. And let's look in the book because I want to read exactly what crash means. Primordial movement through Titan space crash on page 40. Let's go to 40. Alright. Primordial moving through or onto Titan spaces. During movement, the Primordial ignores terrain tiles unless they have the destructible keyword, in which case they are destroyed and removed from the battle board. Oh, that's terrain spaces. Titan. Titans do not impede primordial movement in any way, but a Titan on a space the primordial move through or onto suffers crash. A Titan subject to crash gains 1 danger and suffers knockdown. On crit evade, you get 2 opening tokens into the Kratos pool, I believe. Let's see. See, people, this is why I want y'all to speak up. Let me know. Crit evade 41. That's the very next page. Crit evade. Evasion roll. Crit evade. Some weapon cards may provide you with crit evade abilities and effects. If you roll a crit during an evasion, roll. No, sir. It says that some armors let you do it. This is my only armor, which is Fist, and they don't have... Yeah, they don't have a crit evade ability. See crit die on 49. Yeah, it says some armor cards may provide you with crit evade abilities and effects if you roll a crit. So, no, nothing in here says that I get that. Nothing in there black says that I get that. 49, 89. Resolve this effect if you roll a natural 10 in the evasion roll as a crit evade. And I don't have a crit evade on any of my abilities to start. I think you're correct, Canje. You don't have it yet. Yeah, I don't have it yet. But I do get knocked down as this thing moves. So, boom, boom, and I am knocked down. So, hey, I get a knockdown card. Yay! More turns not coming to me. That's Ulyssia. Good lord. Alright, so that is it for you. AI card goes down. My bad. Used to having a gear card ingrained into my evade roll. Yeah. I'll get there. So let's resolve this foolishness. So it says at the end of your next turn, which is about to happen now, because it says you are knocked down. Place your miniature on its side as a reminder. You cannot move voluntarily, attack, or use actions or abilities unless stated otherwise. If this card is discarded by another effect, stand up. See the other side of the card. Well, in KDM, characters can help other characters get up, giving them a help instead of doing an attack action. So let's see if that is a thing. Let's go with stand up. Standard speed, stronghold, standing, trauma, help. Is there a help section? Heal, hatred. I don't think there is one in here. I don't think I can, like, I know KDM you can help somebody get up, but I don't think you could do that in this one. Unless somebody knows. Somebody's stranger story, stepping, start a battle, standard preparations. I don't think you can. I think they're just kind of screwed for a turn. All right, so let's resolve this as we need. Salone will, at the end of her turn, because she can't do anything, see the other side of this card. At the end of your next turn, flip this card, so flip. Knockdown, standing up. If you move voluntarily, attack, or use an action or ability, stand up. At the start of your turn, stand up. If this card is discarded by another way, stand up. Put your miniature in a normal standing position. Lazy bums, get up and fight! If you're not in the Discord, I highly suggest that there's a rules section, and it's easy to query if someone asked it before. If they haven't, it's basically a live help desk. Oh, thanks, Adam. Yeah, I'll join it. So Salone has to stand up. Herodontus gets to stand up. Ulyssia gets to stand up. So, let's see. So at the start of your turn, so it says flip this card. So at the start of my next turn, I get to stand up. Yay. But you get to attack this turn. Yay! You get to attack. Alright, so they get to stand up on their next turn, because this is at the end of your turn, you flip this card where you stand up, so now I'm able to stand up, my turn is over for these three. That sucked. But you get to go, lovely Philoctera. Let's go 1, 2. I'll let the attacking begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. 3. So, just in case he knocks me back, 5. Alright, so we're gonna roll for an attack. Let's hope we can get that crit that we just saw. Let's hope we can get that double crit again. Oh, and the Kratos pool, because she is attacking, her rage actually goes to 4. Their rages are still at oh, we can do order of operation here. So first Razel will get up, then Salone, which will put a break in the pool. Then Salone will get up, which will put another break in the pool. Then Herodotus will get up, which now he's rage 2. He's going to put a break in the pool, and he gets a re-roll on if we need to on our die. Because on his card, I'm just going to grab a regular Dreamer card. Grab another Dreamer. Or is it just a 4? I think it might be just a 4. Yeah, it's just a 4. I'll just grab one at rando. Grab you. Let's see. So if you look on this card here, if you have 1, you get to pick whether a break or an open. 2, you'll get to re-roll a Kratos die roll and get a break and an open, so it flows upward. And then, glad you were playing live and not TTS. Thanks, I enjoy your pieces. Thank you, Kid Carpo. So I get a re-roll on if I hit, and I'm putting in a break token in the pool for Herodotus. So let me put this back here. And let's do our rolls. Where are my 2 dice? Here they are. Okay, so I'm rolling 2 dice to see if I can hit. Oofta. I'm going to re-roll both of them. So I'm going to do... So, Sheet Philoctera is going to spend 2 fate. You are not at 9 danger. Stop that. You are not at 9 danger. You were at... You never got hit. You're at 0. Stupid Triskelion. I'm going to start using dice for the Triskelion. It's driving me nuts with the weird flips. So I'm going to reroll both. So I spend 2 fate. Hey, Brian, what's going on? Good morning, good evening, good night, depending on where you are in the world. I got a 6 and a 2, and that's a hard miss, my friends. That is a miss. And she is supposed to raise her rage. That would have been at... She's at 4 now. So she gets to add some nice stuff to the pool. She's going to add a break. She's going to be giving someone a reroll. She's going to add an actual... I'm going to add another break to the pool, just in case. Because if a big card comes out, I want to do some hurting. And then on a 4, we can do a... Was that a push? Is that a push symbol? Don't play with my emotions. I believe that's a push symbol. Push. Uh-oh, game. You're... For people who have their cards, if you look at the symbols on the Kratos pool one, she's at 4 danger. 4 rage. So I want to know what that thing is. Is that a push symbol? I've never gotten it. I don't know. I've never gotten it, so I want to see if that's a push symbol. This is adventuring. I don't care about adventuring yet. I want to get to the fight. And it's not in here. See, there's break, there's opening, but whatever that symbol is not in the symbols index. What symbol is that? The symbol I'm talking about for is pushback 1. It is pushback. Is this symbol right there. It's not in the book. I can't find it in the rule book. Check the back of the Titan card. Ah, thank you. I'm an idiot. So you know that we live in a world where it's not flat, and you can just do something as simple as this to get all the answers you want, right? I'm just today I learned that you can think for yourself and turn stuff over. But it says pushback 1, turn towards the primordial, then move towards it, pushing it X spaces in a straight line. You may use this ability in either the first or second ability window. I'm going to add one of those. You don't build a Kratos pool on a full miss? Ooh, that sucks. That sucks. Miss. Kratos pool. You know me. Trust but verify. 34. 34. Kratos tokens are a special type of cooperative token used by the players to enhance other players' attacks. These can help you hit and wound. Each primordial response and more. There are, so 45 for more details. Regular primordials adversaries. More details on 45. One of these mechanics is the Kratos pool. All Kratos tokens are placed in the Kratos pool. They can be used during the following Titan attack, after which they will be discarded. Most common type are those two, the opening and the break. Most abilities allow you to play Kratos tokens in the Kratos pool during the second ability window at the very end of the Titan attack. Sure about that? Sure about that? Black, you got a page number for me? Let's see. Combat action. Some abilities rare. It just says it builds unless there's something in the errata. 48. On 48, combat actions. Involuntary reduction, voluntary movement, combat, attack, effective during your attack, ranged, attack roll. First ability window, draw the BP card. So all the dice that are not hits are misses. If you miss with all your attack dice, it is considered a full miss. Go straight to step 9 and clear the Kratos pool without resolving any further attack steps. Then activate all full miss abilities and immediately end the attack. Okay, so clear the Kratos pool, go to step 9. So step 9 of this says... Step 9 of this... Did you just stop at 8? Stopped at 8. Wounds and escalation. Let's see what the back of the card says for step 9. Clear Kratos pool's second ability window. That's the Titan attack sequence. So attack roll, miss, jump all the way to 9, clear the Kratos pool. Declare attack an active weapon, raise rage, attack roll, first ability, power, create the Kratos pool. Ah, yep. Well, no, then it says clear it. I think it's on page 49. And on 49, it says crit miss. Resolve this effect if you roll a nat 1. So that's a crit miss. But what about just a straight miss? I didn't crit miss. It's a full miss. Go straight to step 9, clear the Kratos pool without resolving any further attack steps. Then activate all full miss abilities included in it. So you declare an attack weapon, raise attack first ability window, draw the BP card, power roll, create the Kratos pool, roll the dice, power rerolls, use potential, resolve the power roll, primordial responses, wounds and escalation, and then clear the Kratos pool. Okay. Cleared. Done. Alright, so that is it. AI time. Because the rest of those jerks got knocked down. All right, smash. The one with the icon index and the page that has a lot of turn steps. Thank you. All right, so he is going to Hulk smash. 9+. Target the priority person. well, I mean, tick, 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 tick. So target priority in range. Move and attack. What is her fate? Her fate is a 2, so she doesn't have to roll an extra die. And she will. How does priority switch? Priority actually switches by rage. Priority switches by rage or danger. Sorry. Rage increases each time you attack, giving you access to additional abilities from the Kratos table. Whenever your rage becomes highest of any Titan, gain the priority. Hers is 4. Hers has always been the highest, so it is what it is. He is going to move and attack, and he'll deal 2 danger per hit. Oof. And then he'll knock back 5. So I need a 9+. Oh no. I'm just going to take the 2 hits. I'll take the 4. I'll take the 4. She's fresh. So I will take 4 danger. 2, 3, 4. So her danger goes up to 4. And then she will, after knock back 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the reason why I stood right there. So she was here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did not want to fall into that thing. 1. Sorry, zigzag, right? 1. Well, it's a straight line. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And that is his attack on me, and that's it. Good gravy. Oh, and he's coming with an attack 2 AI card next. Oh no! All right, so we're all up. We're all stood up. We're all ready to try this one more again. Then, so the knockdowns are discarded. Okay, so we will go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can't get there. He can't get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could go here, or maybe bring him closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll go there, and then I will attack with my 2 dice. Okay, so let us go over here. I got an 8 and a 3. We're attacking with Salone. I'm going to use a fate to reroll that 3. I go up to 3 fate. That was not where I wanted it. It's a 5. That's all good. So we got a 5. So we hit. Now it says for the steps of build-up. So it's declare attack and activate. Raise rage. Sorry, I was supposed to raise your rage. You were supposed to go to 2. I'm going to start using dice. Then attack. First ability window. So let's go ahead and we're going to get 1 because, and then 1 the other one. Let's draw the BP card. Okay, I just need 1 success. So this one, if I fail, that's going to suck. But I just need one. Remember, it's -1, so I need 1 success to hit. I didn't crit, which would have been great, but one of 100 to hit. So let's see. Then we do a draw BP power roll. Create the power pool. So we got the power pool. Roll the dice. Boom! There we go. That's a success. So no fail effect for this. So we wound you on a level 1. So it's taken 3 damage. It's taken 3 damage. Because it was a level 1 ability, we add a level 2 on escalation. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I'm just looking like to the side of my door. Okay. And then we take out a level, the next level 1, and add a level 2 AI and shuffle them. So they're all level 2s now. He's hitting hard this time. Alright, cool. So we've got 3 damage on him, and we need 3 more to go. Your turn's over. And I thought you would do something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm gonna take you this side. I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here, and if he moves, he'll move this way, but you can crash into this wall. You will be out of range. What's your danger? Your danger, Ulyssia, is 1. You are fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's raise your danger to 2, because you are knocked down. And we are going to do our lovely attack. Our 2 dice. I'll stop zooming in. Y'all can just see, right? Let me know. I'm just going to, peeking in before work. This game looks intriguing like Haven. It's just, this is lethal. It is. So I'm going to roll here. If you can't see, let me know, and then I'll go back to zooming in. I just know y'all don't want me to do zoom, 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 zoom all the time. So let's see what we got. I got a 9 and a 1. Well, I'm going to re-roll that one. Sorry. I'm not dealing with that nonsense. So let's raise fate by 1, because I don't want to crit miss. Woo! Double 9s! Yeah! Double 9s, baby. So, zoom in so you can see double 9s. Okay, so then we get... Oh, and I was supposed to build a pool from you hitting last time, which was you, who had 2 rage. So I do get a reroll, and I'm taking a break token. I forgot to build a pool. So let's do this. I get one of these as a reroll, just in case craziness. Oh, and I need to pull a BP card. That'd be smart. So the BP card is... See, you get so amped on this. So it's the last level 1/1. I need to hit 2 successes on this to break the Aeon Trespass. And he's gonna do something with that. So, okay. Let's see how we do. That is perfect. 1, 2, and might as well 3. So we got what we needed. We only needed 2, but we got 3. So we broke it. So the left mighty fist is wounded. I'm going to get pushback 1. I'm going to gain 1 danger. So you're going to gain 1 danger going up to 2. And then you will be pushed back 1. Tick, tick, boom. And then knock back 5. So we wound you for 4, but you're getting knocked back 5, which you're going to hit crash since you're hitting the wall. Boom, you hit the wall, you go down like listed. So you will get the falling knockdown. Cool, 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 cool. And at the end of your turn, your rage is at 2. So we get another reroll, and I will put another break token in there. Okay, so 2 people have gone. I want you to move up. So she is going to move 1, 2, 3. Oh, shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not enough. Ugh, it's not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will not knock me into the wall. So if it's knocked back, I want her to die. What do we want to do? Everybody else is pretty fresh. I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and come up here. But that would mean you would be the target for a good beating on a level 2 AI. Let's go for the wound. Don't you sass me! Alright, so let's go for the wound. Let's see if we can kill this creature. We've got 4. We need 6. Let's see if we can get the other one. Problem is that it's a level 2 BP card, which could be like the Aeon Trespass is going to be higher. I think we've knocked out all the level 1s. No, there's more level 1s in there. Alright, so dang, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to think how to get this person involved. And I don't think I can. I think I just got to try to get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here. And clear the pool. Fill the pool. Your rage is just 2, so the rerolls exist. And then you're gonna go for the attack. Your rage is going up to 5. Let's do it. We're gonna attack and we're gonna stick and move, attack and run. So we got our 2. I got a crit and a 4. Ooh, I got a crit. I want to roll more dice because this is a level 2 AI card. I'm going to raise Fate to reroll that white die. Which could be bad. It could be really, really bad. A 6. Still doesn't hit, but I got that crit. I got that crit. Got that crit. Flip. Look at that trespass. What the heck, man? So I've got a reroll, and there's no way I can break that. Actually, it's a 4. I might, like, there's an off chance I could break that. There's an off chance I can break that. Oh my gosh. Because I'm rolling 2 dice. I've got a reroll and I've got a break token. That means I have to roll 4. Oh, let's see if we can do this. This is not my good rolling hand. I got it! I got it! Oh my gosh, I got it! Look at that! Look at that! 1, 2, 3, break. 4. We broke it. Yes. Woohoo! Wow. And it was a crit too. It was a crit. So let me check up on something. Crit die. I think I only get crit if I crit on the crit die, right? I don't think it matters other way. Crit die. 49. I think I unfortunately only 49. Whenever you perform an attack or evasion, one of the dice you roll must always be the white crit die. If you roll only one die, it is always the crit die. The crit die is used to simulate strokes of luck as well as unexpected failures. Whenever you roll a natural 10 on a crit die, you gain the crit chance on the attack. During a Titan attack, a crit chance may turn your wound into a critical wound. If you successfully wound Primordial when you have a crit chance, ignore all other responses and instead do it. Yep. So it's only the white die. It's only that you brought the dice. Be happy for me. So, crit chance. Resolve this effect if you roll a natural 10 in an attack roll on top of gaining the crit chance as normal. So, crit chance. So, question. So it says, so only on the crit die can I do the critical hit? Is that what it is? I think that's what I'm reading. Only on the white die, if I crit on the white die, do I get the crit chance on the body part? Not if a crit on a black die means nothing, right? That's how I'm reading this. Yep, only on the white. Yep. Okay. So, I still wound him. But he is going to push back 1. I'm going to hit knockdown because it's going to be a pushback 1 and then he's going to knock me back 5. Knockback -2. Ooh, I've been doing too much. Knockback is -2. So it should be 3, so I won't. So it'll be 1, he pushes, and then 1, 2, 3, which hits the wall. And I raise this by 2. So I'm at 6 danger. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, crit hit's only on a white die. Yep. Have those dice been inspected recently? I know what's going on. So We did get the hit. He's at 5 damage, so 1 more and we defeat him. Okay, so I just hit the wall. I didn't hit knocked. I didn't get slapped down. I just had to move 3. My danger's super high, and my danger's at 6. Ugh. But let's build the pool. So the Kratos pool will be at a 5. They get an extra die to roll. I'm gonna give them 2 breaks because we're going into level 2 territory. And they get a reroll. They get 2 rerolls, 2 breaks, and an extra die. Good luck to you, people. So let me throw that extra die in the Kratos pool. Boom. Okay. So here we go. I think everybody's gone. Yep. Hecaton. Hecaton time. It's a heck of a time for a level 2 card. Solar play. Oh no. Is this the insta kill card? Hey, Baron, if you're still on, remember this one? This is the potential insta-kill card. Target priority, target in range. 2 die on an 8+. Each damage hits 2. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no! And I forgot. Oh my gosh, I forgot to draw when she got hit to 6. I forgot to draw one of these cards. Sorry, everybody. I know somebody's like, you got hit a couple times and you didn't draw cards. So let's retro that. When she got hit, she went to 6. She should have drawn a major trauma card, which could have affected the roll just now. So let's draw it now and see what happens. Lose 1 danger and stand up. You may immediately perform a bonus attack. So that's when she got. That's when she went to 6 for when it hit her. I could have done another attack. I will lose that because I screwed up. Okay? I will lose that because I screwed up. That would have been beautiful, but let's see Solar Plexus go off. Solar Plexar. So, target, priority in range. Her fate is at 3, so she's going to roll an extra die. So, 1, 2, 3. She might die. I have to roll 3 dice plus the white die because it is higher. And for each miss, deals 2 danger. So that's 2 hits, takes her to a 10. And then I gotta draw an Obol card. So here we go. She might die here. I got an 8, and then I'm gonna spend fate like you won't believe. So let's spend that 2 fate, going to 5 to reroll those 2 4s. To see if we can do a little bit better. So I got an 8, and these 2. A 10 and an 8! Yeah! Woohoo! No hits for you, chump! No death for me! Alright, so move and attack. Each hit does that, so no damage. I avoided all damage. Then I get knocked down. I suffer knockdown, but I don't die. That's what's important. Then, if 2+ danger was dealt, draw a Kratos card. No damage was dealt. I just yelled, let's go, and scared my dog. That's awesome. All right, so this card goes away. Suck it, Solar Plexar. My turn. So, can we get there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want those dice. Alright. Alright. So we're going to raise danger on Salon, going to 3. We got a lot of stuff in the pool for you. We've got a lot of stuff. Come on, baby. Let's see. I need to roll 2. And we are going to fate like you wouldn't believe if we need to. Yes, target priority means Titan with the most fate, Azariel, and the Titan with the most fate was her. 5. Is it fate? No, it's not fate. It's rage. Yeah, with the most rage. Her rage is 5. 2, 2, 5, 3. So it remained her. I kept an eye on it. It's with the most rage. Yep. So let us roll. We got a crit and a 7. Boom! Double hit. All right. So we've got rerolls, and I get to add. So we got 3 plus 1 more. Oh, I messed with the wrong one. So let's get my 4th one. Go to the bag. Get my extra. And then we're going to draw our level 1 BP card. And it is... I just need 1 success. I got 1 job. I just need 1 success. 4 dice. 1 success. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gamma Slam! So we killed it. And everyone lived! Everyone lived! Woohoo! Hecaton is defeated. So it says, as soon as you get 6, battle ends, you win. Alright, I need to hold on to these cards here because these are super important for what's going to come next. So our battle has been won. We have defeated the Hecaton. Clear all this, clear the pool. And let's talk about what happens next, because now we're going to get into the meat. The battle is like one aspect of this game. But let's talk about the aftermath. So let me go to the aftermath piece of this page. So, battle aftermath. When you deal the 6th wound, you slay the Primordial. Battle ends. Alright, so it says, if you're defeated, bad things happen. Okay, so when the Primordials kill, all that is left is to clean up and gain resources. As the dust falls, you remain standing. The Hecaton does not. This was a hard-earned victory, but a victory nonetheless. I feel like Wayne June should say that. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. For now, the Argo is safe and can continue on its journey, and you need some answers. As your soul slowly leaves the Titan's bodies, you notice peculiar blades sticking out from the Hecaton's side. You haven't noticed them before, but be it the reason the monster was weaker than expected, to whom do they belong? So let's talk about gaining resources. I lost one during my playthrough, nice job. This is the part I was waiting for. It's confusing. Yeah, I went through this, Adam, and you're in it with me, so you can help me out. I lost 2 Titans on this fight. Nice. I'm going to take the dice out to dinner, Frederick. Slowly, gently. This is how Canje is taken. Gaining resources. Waste not. Though the Primordials pose an existential threat to mortals, they are also a valuable source of resources. The shipbreakers take what they need to keep the Argo going. The rest is for you to harvest and remake into powerful gear. Each battle nets you primordial resources from the wounds you've dealt. Remember that you gain resources even for battles you have lost. Keep that in mind. Look to the upper right corner of the BP cards that was used to deal the killing blow. These are the resources you gain. Now gain resources for every BP card in the wound stack. Note the resources you gain in the cargo hold section of your Argo sheet, right by corresponding number. Use a pencil because this will change, and if I was lucky or skilled enough to critically wound the BP3 card, I would get a Hecaton core, but I was not. Good for you. Cores are noted in the cargo hold as well. Alright, so we're going to grab these. We're going to come down here, and then we're going to look at the top corner. So those are the things that we're getting. So we're getting, let's go to, pop the app up and go to cargo hold and primordial. Now, let's take a look at what we got. So we got a weird chip thingy. So we're gonna get one of those. Raw ambrosia. We got that is a calcified knuckle bone. We got one of those. Give me one. Come on. There we go. We've got another raw ambrosia. Let me put these 2 down so I don't confuse them. We've got another raw ambrosia. Another raw ambrosia. and another raw ambrosia. So there we go. So that is our 6 resources that we got for this fight, and it is notated in the app. This is why I say I use this app, because I don't want to write all this crap down. Sorry. For future, though, so this is an interesting part. So it says for future, though, you won't need it now. One often forgotten rule is that you gain all resources from wombs times the primordial level. Remember this well. So that means you gain all the resources from wombs times the primordial level. So level 1, a level 0, it would be 0, but they're saying this one just take what you got. I treat it as a level 1. A level 1 is going to be 6, the wounds times 1. A level 2, the wounds times 2. That's what they're talking about. So basically, you gain all the resources from wounds times the primordial level. This is a level 0, which anything times 0 is 0, but in this case, they're saying no, take what you got. But the next hecaton we face will be times 1, and they have 10 health, so we'll get 10 resources. And then the next hecaton, the level 2 one, it will be 20, because it'll be 10 times 2. That's what that means. So building up some resources so we can build some stuff. All right, cool. Special reward. Sometimes a battle will award you with something other than resources. An adventure, a Mennos node, which is memory, a technology gear, it can be anything. This battle awards you with some much needed equipment, a pair of knives called Serenity, which I have already yoinked. See if I can find it. Here it is. Which is this. So Serenteeth is a new weapon. It's a shell knife. I will roll 3 dice on this one, and opening 1 and reposition 2. So we'll go through that on our next playthrough when we do that. But we got to get through the adventure and all that other stuff. So this goes into our hold as gear. Okay. Whenever the game instructs you to gain something, you either just take it and store it in a common pool, if it's a physical component like a card, or note or note in on the corresponding sheet. It does not have a corresponding card. Seared Teeth is a weapon card, so you just take it. Did we suffer any casualties? No, we lived. Battles will cause casualties, so you notate those casualties at the end of the battle sequence on what's there, right? Just like ADM. Resolving tides of fate. So the Memorai, the Sisters of Fate, are fickle and like to toy with the lives of mortals. Primordial battles are the pinnacle of this cruel spectacle. There's a silver lining, though. Once battle concludes, the tides of fate will recede. What that means is that we reset rage, danger, and fate. Only when instructed. I want to re-clarify this. After a battle, you resolve tides of fate. After a battle. When you are in an adventure, you do not, unless explicitly told to do so by a card or the position or the story element that you're in. So, for instance, if we're about to go to the adventure phase, but in the adventure phase, if it tells you to raise your danger, raise your fate, or raise your rage, that stays until you get to a battle. And then after the battle is won or lost, you resolve the tides of fate by resetting it to 0. So where we had Cersegard, she was at 6 danger, it now resets to 0. If when adventuring outside of battle, that danger raises up to 2, when I go into battle, I'm going into battle with that 2. Make sense? Cool. Let me know if it doesn't, and I can explain it a different way if I need to. So we'll resolve the tides of fate, everything resets to 0. And then we return to the voyage. Normally at this point, you'd shuffle the exploration deck. However, you don't have it yet. So instead, go to Tutorial Campaign Round 0 on the next page. All right. We have come to... Nope, that's not what I want. This is what I want. We have come to an interesting juncture. I'm not stopping. We're still going on this, people. We're still going. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip and we're going to the journey phase. But I got to clean all this up to do it. So I'm going to go to... Unless y'all want to watch me do it, I'm going to go to BRB. And then we will, I'm just going to clean this up. But if y'all want to watch me, actually I'm going to stay up because you asked me questions. Ask me any questions you want while I'm doing cleanup. And then all I'm doing is just removing this board. and just moving these things over here. That's all I'm doing. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'm just going to put this over here for a second, and we can just chat and talk in chat. Hackathon, you got hackathoned. So put these over here. I'm ready for a 24-hour live stream, and yeah, stay up. Okay, cool. I'll stay up. Ducks. So yeah, just message me if you ask me any questions you want. These are going to go back on their respective. Where do babies come from? Well, Brian, when a mama bear and a papa bear love each other very much, they make a wish. All right, so let's see. Yeah, there's a lot to set up. There's a lot to set up for battle, but battle sequences go a lot faster. And anybody like Adam or Azariel or people or anyone else who's played the game will tell you, after you get through the first combat, the battle goes by. It goes by pretty quick when you're fighting. All right. Whoa, that was blurry. Okay, so we got our board. Just a reminder for future combat: do not go too close to the border of the arena. Okay, good to know. Is that only with bears? We're going to zoom in here because the cards are stupid small, and it's really annoying. All right, so. Let's go to The Awakening! Tutorial Campaign Round 0. We are getting into the adventure of Aeon Trespass Odyssey after we have beaten the hackathon, which took us almost 2 hours. To make things easier, we've divided the next few pages of the Learn to Play book into game rounds. All right? Each round represents, and I need to pop this up. This is very important that I pop this up. I'm just going to hide it in the corner. I'm going to grab it and hide it in the corner. Down here. And I'm going to shrink it down some because this is going to be very important over here. So I'll pull it down about that big and have it there in the corner for us to peruse. All right. So this says, each day we summarize what we should do to move the game along. You encounter several types of passages. So we've got Odysseys. We're on our Odyssey. Get it? Otis 0 in the Argo on an Odyssey. All right, so you encounter several types of passages. You're already familiar with boxes that introduce new rules. From now on, you'll also see story passages like an Odyssey Resume below, which will help you immerse yourself into the world of ATO. Some story passages called adventures will blend the story and rules together, often requiring you to make a decision. From now, though, let's read. And I'm not sure why that sound is happening. Are y'all hearing anything on your end? I'm hearing like weird stuff, so. Hey, Locator, how's it going? All right, so let's get into this awakening. So the Odyssey resumed. You emerge from the pools of the Valnilial, deeply exhausted and confused. What was that thing? How did you know how to control the Titans? There are not enough answers in this world to satiate this thirst, says the old priest, but I will tell you what I know, and you can do with it what you please. We call this ship the Argo. Though we do not know its true name, it lay moored off the west coast of Cappadocia. Oh my god, if I got that right. For many years, like a beached whale, refugees and outcasts flocked to it, looking for shelter from the harsh reality of post-eschaton. Hellas, right? Post-eschaton in Hellas. So what the eschaton is if you didn't see in the beginning, or the intro video, the Greek gods sat on Olympus being jerks. You saw God of War, right? They were being those people, and then something happened, and there's a massive explosion that killed all of them, and then came the Primordials. So we're trying to figure out what's going on. Alrighty, so adventurers and pirates were drawn to it by the promise of hidden treasures. Deserters and refugees hit on it. As he speaks, he has a meaningful look on his face. We explored it, we charted it, we learned some of its many secrets. We thought we were mastering it, but in truth, it was the ship that was training us. Bom, bom, bom. Unknowingly, we were becoming its crew. Your crew. Ours? One of you asked, confounded. You are not like us. Really? We're playing that. You did not walk aboard the Argo, my friends. You were found here in a sleepless sleep, he explains. And when doom loomed, you awakened, and so did the Argo. Hecaton's attack? No, the old priest interrupts you. He does not want any confusion on the matter. A much more terrible foe awaits thee. It pursued us on moth's wings across the great sea like the messenger Hermes himself. For now we've evaded it, but at a most terrible cost. You are not the first Argonauts to awaken from the sleep, nor the first to don the bodies of Titans. Your predecessors were not as fortunate as you. Do not sadden, O Argonauts. Their sacrifices made today's victory possible. We understand the Balanian a lot better now. We understand the Triskelion that allows you to junction with the Titans. In time, we will master it. You call us Argonauts, yet we remember nothing. You say with your great trepidation. I know that I know nothing, said a great mortal once. Make that your creed, and you will not be disappointed. Fair enough. I think that's Socrates that said that. Chuckles the wizened man. Maybe the ship will reveal the truth to us. If we live long enough. There are more pressing matters at hand. He gestures to the colossal, poorly lit chamber you've just entered. You've been so engrossed in the conversation you didn't even notice you've arrived at your destination. Another man is there, dark of skin, with a bushy beard and a hard steel look in his eyes. The chief smith of the Apolloli engine room, Alcibiades. Jesus. The ship's been steering itself this whole time, he says. We think it's looking for sustenance. Triremes need wind or the toil of mortal muscles. The ship longs for a different fuel. A black fluid, the same that coursed through the veins of that monstrosity you've slain. Ambrosia. If our understanding of these apparatus is correct, we're running on empty. The Hecaton gave us a few days of voyage, a week tops, but that's that. There's supposed to be an island to the east, interjects the old priest. A ravenous sea empire made toothless by youth and a ball of yarn. Even toothless wolves bite, says one of you absent-mindedly. It's that or Poseidon's watery grave. Take your pick. That's hardly a choice, is it? Cool. Lots of lore. With this, you started your Odyssey outside of battle. Most of the gameplay, so remember when it said that the complexity was like a 4-point something? That's this. So with this, you started your Odyssey outside of battle. Most of the game takes place on the voyage map. It's the beginning of day 0, and your goal is simple. Reach shore before your engines run cold. So take out the tutorial map tiles from the game box, which is T0 to T6, which I have already prepped for us in the ready. So that's these square tiles that don't have to be this small whatsoever, but it says T0 to T6. T0 to T6 on it. What you're going to do, so let's consider this. So it says, don't look at them until instructed to do so. Place the starting tile T0 on the table, reveal it, then place the Argo miniature on top of it. Let's consider this moving the Argo. So we grab T0, and we flip that bad boy, and this is what it looks like. And I have to use my zoom cam, and maybe even then it doesn't show up properly. Come on, there we go. So T0, it's just the C tile, and then it leads to T01. So we're going to put that here, and then we're going to grab our lovely painted Argo. I painted it myself. And we put that on there. So that's where we are. So let's consider this moving the Argo. And after moving the Argo, you always tick the next day on the timeline. Very important. This is the reason why I left this way. That's the reason why I left that thing over there. Because we're going to go back here and we're going to go to the timeline. And on the timeline, you see that T0? So we mark T0 check on the timeline. So we've got that amount of time. There are a lot of rules for this game, but pronouncing everything correctly is hard. You preach, Locator. Preach. It is crazy to pronounce it all, but it's Greek, so we'll figure it out. All right, so we marked off day 1 on there, on the timeline that we go through. You already have your Argo sheet out. Now, the times to populate it. The Argos sheltered survivors, refugees, and exiles from the ravages of the eschaton. These people become its crew. Mark that you have 5 crew. Now, I don't know if you can see on there. Please let me know if y'all can't see this. I can make it bigger. Here we go. How about that? That should be better. Hearing all the different pronunciations. Oh, I butcher. I completely butchered titles. So, yep, indeed. All right, so we checked out day 1, and then we're talking about the crew. So you see the bottom of the screen where I said it was 5. So it says that you have 5 crew. The city ship itself has seen better days, although most of the damage is internal, hidden from your prying eyes. Mark that you have 4 hull. So if you look on there, you see I have 5 out of 6 on the crew, the oars. And then the ship itself, which is the first icon, is the hull, and it has 4 out of 5 on it. So I have 5 crew, 4 hull. You also have 0 Argo Fate, which is what you saw the last icon on the right towards the big wheel. But you have already noted that during the battle aftermath. Now, add the Fearful Recollection event on the timeline 3 days from now. So we look at now, and we count 3 days out. 1, 2, 3. So, Fearful Recollection, right? So, timeline is the heart of your campaign. That's why it takes a whole page of the Argo sheet. Here you will mark the passage of time measured in days within Aeon Trespass. Time passes at times. Whenever you're instructed to add something to the timeline X days from now, count X days from the current date, but don't count the current date itself, just to know. So we do 1, 2, 3. So on the 3rd day, we will type Fearful. It's called what? Fearful Recollection. So that has been added 3 days out from now as our note. All right. This is why I like the app. I don't want to write this crap. So, let's see. Timeline. Let's see. Funny how that timeline came in handy. Take the Bridge Tholos oversized technology card. Okay, this ticked me off because when they said take the Bridge Tholos oversized technology card, they didn't tell you where to find it. They didn't tell you where it's located. They didn't tell you because there's a bunch of cards in there, and they didn't give you dividers with the game. So they didn't tell you where it was. You just had to figure that crap out. Now it says oversized technology card, so you're like, okay, well maybe it's that big size of tarot cards that I have. But when you pick up the tarot card pack, it says don't look. It's like secret, do not look. So you're sitting there saying, okay, I'm not supposed to look at this. It didn't tell me what it was, so I'm not really sure. You're supposed to open that pack, and inside that pack, on the back of it, is all the cards that you need. It drives me insane that they did that and didn't tell you, right? Now, once you pull off those ones, at the back it'll say don't move beyond this point. But you don't know that because when you pick up the cards, it's here. When you pick up the cards, it says this. Secret. No trespassing. Like, this is on the front of it. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not supposed to open this, so I don't know. And then on the back, you see this, which it says technology on it, but it's not the name that you're used to. So this is the first front reveal side. So you're not sure. Open up that, and the 2 sides will tell you when to stop, and you pull off those cards to do it. Just keep that in mind when you get your game. I sat confused forever. All right. Also, when you get the Bridge Talos card, though, you're going to see it say Primordial Dawn on it if you pull it from that side. So you're going to like, okay, that's weird. Well, remember I discovered today I learned that you can flip cards. Well, when you flip the card, it does say Bridge Tholos on it. And that's the card that you want to get. So, it says, this is the beginning of your technology deck. Though we'll talk about technologies a little later. I just don't. I don't like. I don't like when I have to hunt for something and it's not obvious. And I mean, maybe that's different for others. Like it's in the same time. There's only one deck of tarot cards, so it must be inside. That was my thinking. So go beyond the no trespass, and that's what I did to find it. I was like, it had. I agree. I agree with you, Zariel. There was only one deck of oversized tarot. It said don't open, and I was like, well, this is the only thing that makes sense. So I opened it, and it was on the back, and I was like, okay, that's annoying. They could do something different. SOA did the same things in similar ways. Was frustrating digging for what you were looking for. Yeah. Hey, Pickle, how's it going? Definitely interested in this game, but definitely agree. They could said from the tarot size card. Yeah. It's like when I think about, so I'm in tech, right? And I've been a coder for 25 plus years. I'm old, but now I kind of manage that. And what I tell people is when you give instructions, you don't insult anybody by breaking things down and explaining to them like it's a 2-year-old. What you're doing is you're helping them on complex things. So it doesn't hurt my feelings if in this book you say, find the tarot card size cards, open it up, and take those from the back. Or something that says that they are mixed in with the don't look and it's okay, we have them covered so you won't see it. Be explicit. More definition and more clarity only makes things easier for everybody. I learn differently than everybody else. I do. I don't absorb stuff through reading like a normal human being. I don't. So you have to be explicit for me. Anyway, that's my thoughts on this. So this is the Bridge Tholos Voyage card, and this starts our technology deck. This is another thing that gets me. It's not really a technology deck. It's just a set of cards that you get. Anyway, the Bridge Tholos only has reference abilities. That means that it has no inherent effect. Instead, it introduces important rules and serves as a reminder. For now, disregard the adventure and gather resource. Disregard the adventure and gather resource rules. We'll get back to them later. So what are they talking about the adventure and gather rules? Let's zoom in. So here's adventure rules, here's gather rules, we're ignoring those, but we've got sail and explore. As a reference, at the start of each day, you may move to an adjacent tile using one of the available waterways. If needed, place the tile, then move the Argo and proceed to the timeline steps. So it's saying to move. I think that's why they develop the guide they put out as a PDF, which is basically a where to look for the cards. Even when I looked on that locator, I still couldn't find it. Even when I looked on that. That's why I said, it's when you develop rules, for me, when you develop rules or you're teaching somebody how to play, break it down, man. I know a lot of people will disagree with me. A lot of people will say, well, you know, a creature with thumbs should be able to figure this out. Okay, that's great that you learn that way. I don't. So I need clarity and I need explicit instructions to do stuff. I'm a visual learner. I won't read your book and learn it. I read this book and I went through this phase. I think I went through this thing about 5 times before it clicked for me. 5 times. And that's just me, okay? So it's how it works out. I know people, you could disagree with me, it's fine. All right, so this is our thing for moving. So there we go. So we're proceeding to day 1. So that's all that gives us is our Bridge Tholos. So it's time to finally move to Argo because we have our reference card that each day we can move it 1. Something needs to tell us that, sure. It's time to finally move to Argo. Usually a map tile will allow you to move in several different directions, but for now the Argo is stranded on the Great Sea, desperately looking for a place to refuel. The only direction you could go here is east, which is the T01. So draw the T01 and flip it. So this is our new. Exactly, Adam. That's exactly how I feel about it. Let me see. I missed one. Sorry, I missed some stuff. For over a decade, I was a coach for kids 5 to 17. I explained the games the same way. You have to break it down and keep it clear. Exactly, Steven. Exactly. So for me, I primarily learn by doing. After I do, then it sinks in and I can that is how I learn. That right there is how I learn. I do it, and then once I do it, I then use the rules for clarification. Yep, that is how I learn too. Let's see. I prefer visual examples just to clarify I read it correctly. Text can be interpreted differently. And if you want a good example of that, Mike, look at the Marvel Champions or the Arkham Horror rulebook. Every person learns differently. There is no shame in it. I'm myself an audio learner. Yeah, I understand. I understand. All right, so this is the new location that we're going to, and it's got a fun little symbol on it. See that little symbol that's the saily ship? That's an adventure. So we put it corresponding up. Everybody who's played or seen Seven Continent that knows that. So we do that. We move to that location, and that means that we move to the next day. Every card is a day. All right, so these are adventure hubs. So these adventure hubs, basically what happens is in the book, we have these adventures that we go on. So I can go to adventures, and we're doing the tutorial adventure. So we're going to say which part of that adventure are we starting? Well, we're starting at Alpha, and we go to Omega, beginning and the end, right? So of the tutorial, we're going to start the Alpha, which is called Sea of Shipwrecks. So that is where we're starting. Yep, Sea of Shipwrecks. So that is where we're starting when we start. And Sea of Shipwrecks says, you wake up to the sound of alarm bells. Cold chills run down your spine. Has the monster returned? Are you to do battle again? When you get to the deck, the old priest is already there, pointing ahead. Before the Argo lays a sea of shipwrecks. Mighty triremes, broken in two or smashed into tiny, unrecognizable pieces, drifting. It's impossible to discern to whom the Armada belonged to. The Argo can plow through this watery graveyard, go around it, or stop to look for survivors and supplies. You are in command now, muses the old priest, but if it was me, I'd prepare the launches to look for anything useful. You get into the boats with your newfound crew and set off for the wrecks. It's as if something massive tore these ships asunder. Some of the larger war triremes, I need to know how to pronounce this word, it's going to drive me crazy, show signs of precise piercing damage. What could punch through a bronze-plated hull and come out on the other side? Perhaps there really are worse things than a hecaton out there. So choose one of you to be the party leader. Triremes? Is that it? Is that triremes phonetically? Triremes. Okay. Triremes. So choose one of you to be the party leader. They break ties if you can't reach a decision. I think I'm gonna choose me. So we get to choose either one, this place is a maze of shipwrecks. Foul things may lurk about. You decide it's better to lead the Argo in closer, as it could scare off any predators. This turns out great for the crew, not so much for the ship's hull, or where we'll lose a hull. Or these wrecks can still pose a threat to the Argo. It pains you to even think it, but the crew is replaceable. The ship is not. Consequently, many sailors fall prey to the mollusks, sirens, and sharks. Oh, it refers to the Argonaut. Alright. Oh, yes, that's right. Because that's in a further page for choosing random. I remember reading that, where it says random, right? Choose random? Did it say random? No, it didn't say random. I think random is when it does that. It says that party leader. There's always a part. So page 21 says choose one of you to be the party leader. Page 30 explains what party leaders are. There is always a party leader. Sometimes the adventure will tell you outright to choose one. However, even if it doesn't, you have to choose a party leader as soon as either you arrive at a story choice denoted by the word choice, or the narrative text itself mentions a party leader. In other words, there is always one Argonaut who will break ties. Once you make your choice, give the player controlling the Argonaut the priority token as a reminder. As you may have noticed from the previous adventure, the party leader is also more likely to be the subject of negative and positive effects. Oh, and one more thing. If you can't decide on the party leader, choose at random. So, on page 21, they said choose a party leader. On page 30, they tell you how to choose the party leader. So I'm going to let it be random, I believe, is when you roll the dice. But now we can choose so we can pick. And I'm going to let Cersagard be the party leader. She is the party leader. All right, so number 2, the Rex can... So it's either we lose hull or we lose crew, basically. We're going to lose crew. I'm going to choose part 2. These wrecks could still pose a threat to the Argo. It pains you to even think it, but the crew is replaceable. The ship is not. Consequently, many sailors fall prey to the mollusk sirens sharks. So lose 1 crew, noted on the Argo sheet, and then mark A8 on the choice matrix. So... choice matrix, we're doing A8. Check. I say check. I said check. Check it. Check A8, you jerk. Why can't I do it? Uh-oh, do we have a busted thingy? I can't. Oh, there we go. Boom. Got it. You gotta hold it down. You gotta hold it down. The ruthless captain. So we chose A8, you just gotta hold it down. And we need to lose 1 crew. So, how do we do that? The Argo. There we go. Crew. -1. Sweet. Back to the timeline. There we go. The ship is irreplaceable. We'll find more people. Raise the number of Titans you have up to 8, regardless of how many you had. Oh, sorry. Regardless of your choice. On your way back, you make a startling discovery. In the cargo hold of one of the larger triremes in long iron castles, you find Titans. Weak, incapacitated, but alive. Raise the number of Titans you have up to 8, regardless of how many you had before. Okay. Cargo hold? Nope, not that. Argo. How do we... I think it starts at 8. Anyway. Titans. There we go. So raise the Titans up to 8. So we've got 8 Titans. You also gather enough raw materials to gain 1 sail spoilers. So I got those cards as well. Let me just grab all the cards and keep them over here. I was kind of keeping them off screen, but scrambling for them are getting annoying. All right, so it's the small cards. Where did I put the small cards? Did I drop them? These are the bigger cards, which I'll put closer to me. These 2. Come on, I sleeve these. Oh, here they are. It's like, come on. All right, so we get a sail spola, which is this. So cloth flammable. So this is some stuff that we can use. So we get one of those. We also get the 1 siren panoply armor, which is this. So we got some more gear. We got some more gear, which is great. And we get a boat mace gear. That's right. The Titans turned a boat into a mace. You only roll 1 die, but you get a +2, and you get to roll 2 extra. So, and it has break. So, cool. More gear to add to our stuff. So we got that. Finally, gain the Titan Stoa and Excursion Propellant Oversized Technology card. Titan Stoa. So that is these 2. So we gain the Titan Stoa Voyage and the Excursion Propellant. So Titan Stoa says, the duck says, gain Titan reference. During the exploration step, if the Argo is on an unexplored map tile with that symbol that you see right there, we gain a Titan. Titan limit is 10. You cannot gain Titans if they would exceed this limit. So now we've got a Titan hull piece, so that's what that tells us. So it's just a rule about sailing. That's what these are. This can go on a reference card. We don't need this. Anyway, Excursion Propellant. Here are the Argonauts ready for their next excursion, and it is also here that a support team stands ready to lend their help. Argo support, so permanent. Argo. This is a permanent Argo ability, AA. Limit 2 during the battle step choose up to 2 Argo abilities to prepare. You may use these cards in battle. So if we have Argo abilities, this allows us to use them. All right, that's what that means. And that gives us some stuff that we're going to talk about in a second, so we'll line that out. Okay. Then return to the voyage phase and see 36 returning to the voyage. So the adventure instructs you to return to the voyage phase. The voyage phase encompasses everything that is neither the adventure phase nor the battle phase. So the adventure phase is me reading this. The battle phase is fighting the hecaton. The voyage phase is everything else. In other words, it tells you to return to your current campaign round, resolve other effects that happen in the step, and proceed with the round. If the adventure ends without directing you to another passage, you will return to the voyage phase. So it's a default return to step. Some technology abilities may only be used during a certain phase. We'll get to that in a second. So Sea of Ships was the first of many adventures. Each adventure will introduce a mixture of story, world-building choices, and tests. This one lets you choose between losing some hull integrity or a few sailors. Oh, it's triremes. Wow, I totally said it wrong. I said it wrong too, Baron. It's all good. So, as both your hull and crew are at 5, and you really don't know what the future holds, choices even and may be up to you, blah, 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 blah. You finish your first adventure, Sea of Shipwrecks. I already went through all this with you, so we got the gear. So let's see. You finish your first adventure, Sea of Shipwrecks, losing some resources, gaining some armor cards, and 2 technologies, the Titan Stoa and the Excursion Propellant. Both of your new technologies have a permanent ability. These introduce an ongoing effect that is always active. It does not need to be activated in any way, nor can it be turned off. So gaining a Titan or using ship abilities are permanent that I showed you all, right? So those are permanents. Titan Stoa tells you how many Titans you can have, which I just explained. You can have on board and inform you how to replenish them. It does. You should always apply only the highest of them. Write down your current number on the Titans, which we did in the app. And then Excursion Propellant opens the staging area and command center for battles. With the Propellant, you will be able to use Argo abilities in battle once you get some. Write down your AA limit, which is 2. So that limit. So we'll go to Argo. That's fate, knowledge. Argo limit, which we see is set at 2, so we're good. Argo ability limit, 2. Let's see. Similar to the Titan limit, the number of Argo abilities you can prepare for battle will increase as the Argo advances technology. Finally, note the leads to section on the back of each technology card. This will become important soon. On the back of these cards, if you notice here, because you're like, how do I craft gear to fight stuff? This is how. There's no requirement to get this, but it leads to trireme weapons and trireme armor, which is what we can use to craft. And we are going to do that in a bit. The temperature keeps going up and down with me. All right, so let's return to our void. So not much more to do. Let's keep it rolling. So late at night, as you sit around the changing map of the bridge Tholos debating your next move, the old priest arrives with a stranger in tow. I am Socrates, the war philosopher, and I come with a warning. Titans are not your friends. They are wild animals and enemies of mortals. Only through the anti-Kratos technology can we tame and control them. It's in the helms, you see. Helms and words. We need to suppress their inner rage and destructive tendencies. They're Kratos, so to speak. But there will only for what? But typo. But there were only 4 helmets, and each time you do battle, you risk damaging one beyond repair. We need to make more. I need only your permission to start working immediately. How did you come upon this knowledge? Socrates looks visibly uncomfortable, as if even questioning it lessens his achievement. I've studied the foe's scripture of the only remaining book on the Argo. The knowledge was incomplete, but there was enough. Do I have your permission? You have it. As you watch the tall man leave the Tholos, you wonder, where did the Titans come from in the first place? I think they're the bodies of the dead gods. You pass your past, the ship, the fate that befell the world, so many things remain hidden from you. This state of ignorance cannot continue. Gather a group of the wisest thinkers and scholars of the Argo. Find a place for them. Bring them this last tome. Let them study it and report on their findings. The old priest smiles. Just what I had in mind. The time to continue your journey. Move the Argo eastward onto the new tile T02. E for 2. 2, which is this guy. We flip it. And we go there. Hey, look, another adventure. You see something building here. So we move here. We go to our timeline. Wait, that's 1. Did I... Oh, it scrolled down. That's why. It's like, it should be a 3. So we'll click that on our timeline. So we're at T3. All right. Another map tile, another adventure symbol. You've already marked one node on the tutorial hub track, so mark the second one. This node does not have a symbol inside. So normally you would roll on it. So this node, it does not have a symbol inside. So normally you would roll on a hub table and randomly determine which adventure you're going to go on. So we're going to do that on our next playthrough when we get into cycle 1 of the labyrinth. But for right now, the book is going to walk us through what we're going to do. All right. So it says you can learn more about adventuring in hubs from the rulebook. For now, simply proceed to Adventure 2, Vast Spaces. So we're going to Adventure, Tutorial, Vast Spaces. All right. Choose a party leader. We already did. Cersagard. And continue. The Argo mystifies you. An iron ship that does not sink and that sails on invisible winds. It is magic, the kind that Hephaestus might have conjured up in his forge. You didn't think I knew that one, did you? But the gods are long dead, and the grand forges of Olympus cold as Cocytus itself. Oh, that sounds weird to say that. When you go below deck, you find vast spaces that could house a fleet of trireme or even a city. Some of the sailors, along with Alcibiades, smiths, set up a makeshift ship-breaking yard. They took some of these shipwrecks you encountered yesterday and began salvaging materials for weapons. Giant weapons for the Titans. As you inspect the salvage, you learn that, unfortunately, you've also taken in a stowaway. A rabid siren. Half mortal, half mollusk, all the hunger. Defend yourself. So now we're going to start doing tests. Okay, so it says we're going to do our choices. If it's only the 4 of you, so you need to engage the siren as 1. That way, even though you risk more of you getting hurt, you will spread the punishment among you. So each Argonaut will test fury or endurance on a 7 plus. If they fail, they take a danger. And then it says it's only the 4 of you, so one of you needs to set up and hold the creature off while the rest scramble for reinforcements. They may be hurt bad, but the damage will be contained, where the party leader will gain 2 danger. So I am going to have, and remember we can re-roll on tests, right? So we're going to spread this love the best way we know how. Anyway, I'll put it right here, and then I'll try to roll forward. So first is going to be Roz. Roz is going first. Roz got a 9. She's fine. Next is going to be Leocules. Oofta! So Leocules is going to get 1 danger. Next is going to be Cersagard. Cersagard will take a danger. I'll reset all these because we're not going to get to our next fight. We'll just do 1 danger. Then let's go to Fisher. 9. It's either a 9 or a 1, right, with me? So no danger. So 2 people got 1 danger, so it was nice and spread out. All right, cool. Regardless of your choice, see vast spaces continued on the next page. And remember, I could have spent fate to reroll, but I don't want to. You managed to slay the rabbit siren, but not without costs. Still, it had to be done to secure the space of Alcibiades' people, and those people have something to show for their efforts. Intact siege weapons salvaged from the wrecks and a few barrels of ambrosia, courtesy of the dead siren. Now you just need to find a way of reshaping those materials into equipment that will give you a fighting chance against Primordials. You need knowledge. As you turn back to look for the scholars of the Argo, the old priest mentioned, one of you lingers. A flicker of recollection flashes in their mind. This horrid encounter has stirred something in them, something from their veiled past. So we'll gain 2 armament resources. So let's go to our resources. Cargo hold. 2 armament resources. 1, 2. And we will gain 2 trireme resources. 1, 2. And 6 raw ambrosia resources. I think that's primordial. So we're going to 11 with this bad boy. We're at 11 raw ambrosia. 1 muscle cluster resource. Okay. And 1 infused mechanism resource. All right, so we're gaining stuff. We're getting stuff. All right, cool. Note them on your Argo sheet in the cargo hold. In your immediate future, you'll use these resources to craft powerful weapons, armor, support items, and more. So we're getting there. A random Argonaut gains the Siren Survivor Menmos card. Okay. This is my next complaint of the game, but let's do the thing that doesn't bug me first. So when it says a random Argonaut, basically we roll, as for a random, each player rolls a d10, and the one with the lowest score is considered the random person to get it. So we're going with Roz. Roz rolled a 2, so Roz might be getting it. Let's talk about Leocules. 3. Cersagard. 4. Really? Fisher's going to roll 5. 6. So Roz is the one that gets it. So Roz is going to get the... Which one is it? The Siren Survivor Menmos. So that's this card. Okay? Now, let's get into my first annoyance with this card. So let's talk about what this card is. This is a memory. So Roz is getting a memory back as her memories are coming back from seeing what's happening. So you'll see this image here. Siren Survivor, right? So that's what you see. When you turn the card over, it says Siren Survivor. It's level 1. You get these keywords like Voyage, Supernatural, and Deed. So she starts her journey with level 1, so that means she gets this ability that she can use. How do you move this forward? Well, you build up on the track, and let's go to Menmos. Argonauts. And then we're talking about Menmos. And so she's going to get this thing called Siren Survivor. Menmos. Now, what's cool is that these abilities... Come on, show again for me. There we go. So she gets these abilities, and when she powers up to full, she'll get this next level, and when she powers that up, she's going to get this next level. But since she got this ability, she's going to raise her courage and her will by 1. Yes, by 1. Okay? So her courage and her will is going to go up by 1 because of this. So she gets Siren Survivor. Why are you giving me Catharsis? You shouldn't have Catharsis. Siren Survivor. Level 1. And as you can see, her courage went up by 1 and her will went up by 1. Because she already starts with 1 courage. So you can see, like, at the bottom it says 2 where her courage is, that courage symbol. And she's at level 1 for Siren Survivor. Now, here's the thing that ticks me off about this card. She starts down her progress. Well, where does she start her story for Siren Survivor? You see that tiny little text that's right here? Right there. Right there. M003. That is the story that she's starting off with and going through these stages with. M003. Now, I just zoomed this in for you. I cannot read that. How much would it have taken for them to make that bigger up top here? How much would it have taken? Nothing. It would have taken them nothing. To be able to just say, make that text bigger for old people who don't have the sharp eyes. Because honestly, I had to bust out my magnifying glass, and I have one right here, to hold this up to read that it was M003. I kid you not. You think I'm being dramatic. That's how I had to read this. Alright, so we picked Siren Survivor. Level 1, it boosted you up. Alright, we got that. And does it say abilities because of the Minmos? Like, how does that work? Why did it give me Catharsis? I'm not sure why it gave me that. Nope, cancel. I have to figure that out. I'll figure it out. But basically, that stop getting older problem solved. Sheesh. I know, right? If only. So, once we move forward on this and we get a breakthrough, then we could deal with those things on this. So, Menmos cards represents the subdued, forgotten, or repressed memories of Argonauts' past lives. Each Menmos card has a bit of a backstory, vague enough to let you fill in the rest. Some skill bonuses noted on an Argo sheet and added as bonuses during skill tests, and 3 unique abilities. Some abilities may influence the battle, others may influence voyage, others adventuring. Only first level abilities are available from the start, while the rest are locked behind Menmos breakthroughs. Yeah, it is. I had to use my magnifying glass to read it. I'm not even kidding. It would have cost them nothing to make that bigger and put it up at the level, like where it says level 1. They could have put it that size on the level 1 side. But, you know, this game's only supposed to be played by people with good eyes. So let's see. Only first level abilities are available from the start, while the rest are locked behind Menmos breakthroughs, and those are achieved by collecting Menmos nodes. Nodes are experience points tied to a particular Menmos card. The more nodes you have, the more abilities you unlock. Menmos breakthroughs, on the other hand, are special adventures that slowly reveal the Argonauts' hidden past. These are resolved by reading passages from the Menmos section of the appropriate storybook. It said, this is my problem with every board game that decide to use mini cards to make saving costs on savings. I understand this, but I don't like it. I know. Well, but my thing is, you can still use a small card. I don't mind these cards. But for the love of gravy, think about your viewership when you do your text. If we, I would hazard a guess that by and large, the majority of board gamers are over 20. So my thing is, if the majority of board gamers are over 20, think about people's eyesight. Don't just be like, oh yeah, I could see that. That's the equivalent of works on my machine. I don't have a problem with the size. I'm from Krypton and have really good eyesight. I also eat a lot of carrots. I eat a lot of carrots too, and I'm blind. Hence the glasses. So, but you are Superman, Baron. I will agree to that. Okay, so would we build a boss battler? We make sure all cards are tarot-sized. No, but you can make sure that you pass it in front of somebody with you know, to make sure that they can read it instead of you being like, yeah, that looks good, ship it. When making games for Target, whatever, with the cost of today's games, may as well make them accessible. That, yes. And that's the heart of the matter. That you're not making your games accessible to everybody. Case in point, I'm gonna pause here for a second. Sorry, I get on my tirades when I find the things that annoy me. But case in point, I love role player adventures. I love it. I think it's a great game. I am colorblind to the blue-purple part of the spectrum. So when I see, and if you can even go to my playthroughs that I recorded live, and I've had to ask the chat what color it was. You could put the name of it, the name of the color underneath the box to make it accessible to people who are colorblind, but you don't. You exclude a demographic because you want to save money. So honestly, if I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't know what color that was, and I would just roll whatever dice that shade of gray looked like. So, but that you have to make your game accessible, and I suspect that was what drive the stretch goal for Kingdom Forlorn to get rid of mini American cards. I agree with that one. I think the average age is up there, but not quite ARP range yet. Just me, Locator, just me. I think the average age is got to be like if you take the median, not the mean, the median, then I think you're in the 30-ish range, right? But I honestly have to believe that someone has to pass this in front, someone with accessibility compliance experience to do this stuff. When I was a coder, I had to become government's 508 compliant certified because of this very thing. Target got sued for this very thing. Make your stuff accessible to, and accessibility doesn't mean to crunch down your card or everything. What 508 accessibility means is that you have to find the equivalent experience. That doesn't mean that you need to offset your cards, but give someone the equivalent experience that has a disability. It just takes 2 seconds to think about it. That's all. Video games are finally getting there. Board games need to catch up on accessibility. Yeah, if the game is already $200, add 10 more and let me read it. Anyway, I when we get into accessibility, I got a whole thing on it. But yeah. All right, so the paragraph of these numbers are passes. So when we hit a breakthrough, we read the paragraph and we resolve that part of the story. How do you earn nodes, you ask? You'll soon find out. Thank you, game. So the Ryan and Argonaut got that Siren Survivor Menmos. They should write it down on their Menmo sheet along with the passage number for the first breakthrough, and then gain the Lost Academy oversized technology card, and then return to the Voyage phase. Last Academy. Here it is. I gain the median age for $400 campaign games would be closer to 40. You don't know. I'm not gonna say that because I know some of these kids. They smart, man, and they already making money. So I'm not gonna put that there. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna say that it's probably in the 30 range. Yes, there are tons of tools for accessibility checks. I've had to use a lot of them. Last Academy Voyage. Here the philosophers and academic conduct their research, poring over dusty tomes and faux scripture. So research, reference, when you reach a combat or structural node on the timeline, research one of the available technology cards from the corresponding project's deck. Gather information, reference, during the exploration step, if the Argo is on an unexplored tile with that progress symbol, gain 1 progress. For each progress you gain, place 1 progress token on your current story card or the Inward Odyssey card. So basically, when we get to on the timeline, you see that helmet that I have the check mark next to? It means that we can do research. So yeah. You're an outlier, 23. I know you fall right in that. You fall right in that metric. You're 23, right? It's not. What that means is that. Sorry, let me give you the card. What that means is that the average is that, but when you gauge the averages, you're talking about people from 10 all the way to 60, and so when they do that measure, you find that the median of it is about 30, and you see 20s. But more along the 30 to 40 range, kind of spreading it out. Dom, that is a fair... Oh, gotta highlight that. I gotta highlight that. So, I think in this case, it's that these giant games are done too quickly, so they skip iteration phases and make huge compromises on quality and accessibility to get the game to backers. I completely agree with that. I really do. These are my last 2 that I'm going to get. Okay, so where are we? So we gain the last Academy technology card, and then we return to the Voyage phase. So as you gain the last technology card, you may finally begin to research new technologies. You do this during the advancement step, which in the campaign round sequence comes after moving the Argo, advancing the timeline, exploration, adventures, and battles, which means it's now. So basically, that happens. So I move the Argo, I do my adventure, and now I can do Last Academy to research stuff. Hey, Paul, how's it going? Welcome. Yeah, you're about to go to bed. Oh, you're still ill in bed. Oh my god, I hope you feel better. I was watching your the first top, and I know you were saying like you had a scratch, but I didn't know that you fully went down. This game has been recommended to me too. It's a good game. It's just we need to think about accessibility. That's all. But yeah, I hope you feel better, Paul. Seriously, I hope you feel better. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up on your top because you're going through the pub meeple list, and I got through your first one, and I was like, ooh, I wonder what he's gonna pick next. So I still need to catch up on the second, and I know you did the third yesterday, so I need to watch your third one as well. As you gain the Lost Academy technology, you can do it as now. First, assemble the projects deck. Once again, it's not really a deck, it's just a set of cards. Verbiage. First, assemble your projects deck, taking the following technology cards from the game box. Well, lucky for you, I'm not going to dig around in that nonsense. I have... let's see, we're going to get... Trireme weapons. Trireme armor. Rhetoric. Who likes that? Titan hunting, and anti-indoctrination philosophy. So these are the stuff that we get. Part 3 was yesterday. I was feeling better then, became down bad after that. At least it's done now. 12 hours in total. Wow. That was crazy. Yeah, I got to catch up on it. I'm sorry it took you back down again. I hope you feel better. Like, being sick is no bueno. So we have our cards, which we have Trireme weapons, Trireme armor, rhetoric, Titan hunting, and anti-indoctrination philosophy, which is what we have here as part of the things that we can research. Then look at the timeline. Today you should see you can research your first battle technology. So battle technologies, and let me hold this up so you can see. You see this right here? That tells you it's a battle technology. This is not. Okay, so you have to find, out of all of these, the ones with those symbols, which is that, and I think that's it. Yeah, the other 3 are. So I can only research one of these 2. All right. So, because you see the battle technology symbol that's on there. So although you have 5 technologies in total, in your projects deck, you can only choose from the 2 battle technologies available, which is Trireme weapons and Trireme armor. Whichever you choose, they both lead to the same technology, which is Trireme ranged weapons. Add that technology to the projects deck. So whichever one we choose, which is weapons and armor, so we need excursion, propellion to do this, which we already have. It leads to Trireme weapons. So we get to pick which one we're going to build. Either we're going to do weapons or we're going to do armor. Well, you know, I don't like getting hit. I'm going to do armor. So that's going to be the one that I research. We're going to add, because we did that, it leads to Trireme ranged weapons. But to do that, we need to have both weapons and armor researched before we can get this type of stuff. Okay? So this goes in here, and we have researched. So you flip. So we have researched this, and this is what we're researching right now. So when we research this, we flip this over, and this becomes available to us. So we can make Sail Spolis and Shipwrecker Shields. It costs 3 armament and 5 raw ambrosia to make the Sail Spolis, and 2 armament, 3 raw ambrosia, and 1 muscle cluster to craft the Shipwreck Shield. So that is part of stuff that we have production, that we can make production of now. You can only choose one. Trireme. Add the technology to your project deck. Note that this technology requires both trireme weapons and trireme armor, so although it is immediately added to the project deck, and you can peek at the production facility site, you cannot research it until you fulfill all requirements. Soon, you'll learn how to craft gear from your research technologies. For now, proceed to day 3. All right, so that's kind of how that shapes up. All right, cool. Okay, so we're going to day 3, Ashes of Alexandria. We've got stuff coming up. So it says, contrary to what the war philosopher said, there were many books and scrolls in the Argo, a veritable library to rival that of Athens. But there was only one text that spoke of the Argo and its fabulous technology, the one Socratorius dubbed the Last Tome. He believes it was taken from Alexandria just before the eschaton happened, but this is just pure speculation. The Last Tome only has one page, but it keeps changing under the slightest of touches. This is the miracle of the faux scripture. It also means you cannot be sure what knowledge and secrets it still holds. To learn the answers you don't know, you must figure out the right questions. And so, just as you have asked, the old priest has gathered the learned sages, philosophers, and scholars of the Argo, united in one purpose to understand. They set up in the aforementioned library and begin their lives' work. That was the first day of the last Academy of Hellas. As usual, at the start of the day, you have to move the Argo, so no point going back. Proceed to SO3, which is this one. And flip it over. So look, we got a lovely little symbol here. We're going to do SO3. We're going to move. We're going to go to the timeline, check it off. Oh, look, we have Fearful Recollection that we just hit that we put in our timeline. So let's see what happened. This map tile has a new symbol to interact with called the Titan symbol. It means that a Titan has been spotted in the wild and can be hunted to replenish your Titan stock. That's great news. Take a look at the Titan Stoa technology card to see how you can interact with this symbol. You do this during the exploration step, which is right now, after movement timeline steps are resolved. So Titan Stoa says, reference, during the exploration step, if the Argo is on an unexplored map, which it is, with a Titan symbol, you gain a Titan. So we just got a new Titan to add to our Titans. Boom. Oh, nope. I believe it's a Dreamwalker Titan. I wonder if it adds... There it is. Dreamwalker. Yep. Done. So we got 9 Titans now. Whoops. I almost boosted that up to 15. That's bad. Go back to the timeline. Okay. So there's also a research symbol where we are. So we get to research a new battle technology. So there's also a Last Academy research symbol in the timeline, battle research, which means that you get to research a new battle technology again, as well as a story event called Fearful Recollection. So let us research weapons. So we do weapons this time. Flip it over, and this is the things that we can make. So a boat mace, a Kratos kopos, a siren blade, and siren teeth. So that's the stuff that it costs to do it. That is now research, which means ranged weapons. Once we research ranged weapons, we then get 2 new things, which is cool. All right. So where were we? As well as a story event called Fearful Recollection. You are instructed to put it on day 0, and it's finally time to resolve it. The advancement step comes before the story step, so you need to do the research before you can delve back into the story. Research the only remaining battle technology available, and then proceed to Fearful Recollection on the next page. So let's do this. Fearful Recollection. You cannot sleep at night. Something is worming its way inside your head. At first you think it's the memory of the recent battle. Oh. Let's see. At first you think it's a memory of a recent battle, but no, it's deeper, older, a recollection of your previous life. You expect to see loved ones or even hated enemies. Instead, it's only drab, wet walls, damp dirt, and a tiny skylight. Who are you? The least likely Argonaut gains the imprisonment Menmos card, which is this. And the imprisonment memo card is particularly helpful against the Hecaton. What a lucky coincidence. Okay, so in some cases, especially for the purpose of gaining new Menmos cards and Menmos nodes, the game will ask for the least likely Argonaut. The least likely Argonaut is the one with the fewest Menmos cards, not counted faded. In the case of a tie, it is the one from the tied Argonaut who has the least amount of Menmos not faded. If there is a tie, choose randomly from among the tied. So there's 3 of them. One, Roz has one, but the others do not. So, as you can see here, Roz has hers, but the others do not. So it's going to be a tie between them. So we're going to determine which one of them gets it. Remember, it says random. So, Leocules, a 3. Cersagard, a 9. And Fisher, a 6. So Leocules gets this one. All right. So it says imprisonment. So who can tell how long it's been dark and damp and cramped and lonely? The cell gave you no quarters, just a tiny crack in the wall. So you gain the imprisonment status, which raises endurance and wisdom. And level 1, you may reduce suffered knockbacks by up to 2. Which is fantastic. So let's go to our Argonauts. Let's go to Leocules, Menmos. I don't know why we keep getting Catharsis, but we're getting imprisonment. Oop. And we are at level 1. So you see his endurance, his wisdom, and his default is his will. All those get 1. So that's where he is. Line. Okay, so he gets that. That is his. And then it says return to the voyage phase. So cool. That ends whatever's going to happen there. Let's go to day 4. This is the big one. This is the big one that's going to start happening. So you're like, well, you're just sailing around. You're finding stuff. Nothing's really happening. Nothing's really happening. But something is happening right now. So let's go to this. We're going to go to day 4. Check that off. Yeah, so I should be at 5. Yes, I should be at 5, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Flip. So we are here. Notice we've got some symbols on here. We've got a lot of symbols on here. All right, so we're going to go through what each symbols of these mean. And these take effect, these symbols here, take effect before anything else on here. So we're going to talk about that. Okay, so we put that down. We sail here, already advanced the day. There are fortifications on the small rocky island, but they were abandoned long ago. Strange for a seafaring empire to leave its flank exposed like that. Thankfully, not far from the ruins, you find a tiny fishing village. The people there are more than eager to tell you what fate befell Crete. After you hear the tale, you begin to wonder if it was a good idea to come here. Then you remember. You didn't have a choice. You're now ready to sail again. Move to this tile, mark the next day, which I did. Then take the shape of things to come cycle Doom card. This is the important one. This is the game loss one. So, the shape of things to come 1A. Tiny text, lots of space, but tiny text. Anyway, I digress. Read it aloud. So let's do it. Read it aloud. The shape of things to come. All is not well on Crete. In the absence of Minos, the scent grows. Minos, King Minos, right? The understaffed horned guards struggle to keep the peace after years of oppressive rule. In dawn's gray mists, primordial silhouettes are seen cresting the mountain ranges. Too far to be a threat, too close to completely expel them from the mind. You start to notice strange geometric graffiti adorning the walls and abandoned temples. You hear whispers of change coming from inland. So it says, well, that's quite ominous, don't you think? Then look at the symbols on the map tile. there's a doom symbol and a progress symbol, which is down here. So it said rules. When an Argonaut gains the Maze Touched Affliction, place 1 doom token on this card once per campaign. Gaining doom makes your journey harder and brings it closer to a gruesome end. Each time you gain doom, you must place 1 doom token on your current doom card. When there are 5 or more doom tokens on this card, flip it to side 1B. Place excess doom tokens on side 1B. So this is the what in Arkham Horror? What's it called? There's the agenda. Is this the agenda or the act? This is the act, right? I can't remember on Arkham Horror. There's the agenda and there's the act, or there's the act and the agenda. I can't remember. So this is the bad one. This is the one that you put doom on. So that is there, and because it says and a city symbol waiting for you. Exploration comes first, so resolve the doom symbol by placing 1 doom. Doom. So we grab our doom tokens, which look like this, and we place 1 doom on there. You may resolve a doom symbol each time you enter a map tile showing it, even if the map tile has already been explored. So that means that if we leave this map tile and come back to it, we drop another doom on there. So it makes it so you need to really think about where you're going. You just can't willy-nilly move around, because if you have to move back through one of these tiles, you'll drop another doom on there, bringing you closer to the end game. To the fail end game. Alright, then it's time for the progress symbol. This symbol tells you you've gained a progress token. Usually you'll place progress tokens on a story card, which is the mirror opposite of a doom card, so it's the act. Story cards chart your main goals for the cycle. They inform you of the progress you've made in the main storyline. However, you've yet to receive your first story card. Cool. At the end of a campaign round, aptly named the end step, if the tile you are on was explored, it becomes explored. Was unexplored, it becomes explored. Most map tile symbols are resolved only once when a tile is unexplored. In other words, once you move to a new tile and resolve the symbol, the tile will become explored. If you later return to it, you won't trigger the symbols again unless some symbols, however, are always active, which means they trigger every time you resolve an exploration step on their tile. This includes Doom and City symbols. Resolving the same Doom symbol multiple times can be disastrous to your voyage, so keep that in mind. Yeah, I still have it up. Okay, cool. Alright. So then we go to the next page. Yeah, there's nothing to really add onto there, so we're gonna put our Doom over there. So instead, take out the Inward Odyssey Truth of the Labyrinth card from the game box and place it near the map. This is the good card. This is how we win. So this is how we progress and win in the cycle. So there's bad, there's good. I like that they did this. I really do. So then it says you won't get to use it and place it near the map. You won't get to use it yet either, but whether you gain progress, you may always place it on Inward Odyssey cards and Argo Knowledge. Do it now. So, what? You won't get to use it yet. So instead, take out the Inward Odyssey Truth of the Labyrinth card from the game box and place it near the map. You won't get to use it yet either, but whenever you gain progress, you may always place it on an Inward Odyssey card. Do it now. Okay. Boop. There you go. Progress. We're making progress. Doom in progress. Okay, so now let's look to the city symbol. These are scattered around Crete. Cities are potential locations for great or terrible things to happen, and for you to use your negotiation technology abilities at. Why not appear? Anyway, however, they don't do anything on their own. Other cards and special effects may interact with them. Place tokens on them, and so on. You don't have any technologies to use here at the moment, so this city is dormant and it won't have any effect. Well, there's nothing left to do on this map tile, so simply proceed to tutorial campaign round 5. So they've updated our campaign round sequence with the Doom stuff, so let's see how this goes. So we're going round 5. From what the Fishers told you, you have already crossed into the domain of Minos. Yet there are no triremes flying the sails of the bull, no outposts to greet you. Time seems to slow down to a crawl, and you begin to doubt yourself. What are you even doing here on this weird ship full of strangers, with no hint who you are and what you're supposed to do? Adrift. Anxiety begins to creep in. As always, at the start of your round, you move the Argo. So we're going to go to 5, which is this one. And we've got another symbol here on this side that represents the bull. If you're not sure who Minos is the king who had, is it Archimedes build the labyrinth? I believe it was Archimedes. But he had the bull in the labyrinth, so we're probably going to be fighting a bull. Anyway. So, as always, start the day. Did I check my day box? For 5, I believe I needed to. Yep. And we get to research some stuff. Alright, so reveal. So as always, start your day, you must move the Argo. This time you are offered a choice. You can move either east or south. So there's a down and there's an over. I went over. So just to let you know where I went over. I didn't go down. Alright, let's see. The last city marker that was visited, you take the last city marker and you plop it right there. That's the last city that we visited. Put it there and we keep on trucking. So it'll shift when we find another city, which it just did. Reveal the map tile you've chosen T5 or T6. Look, it shows a new symbol. It's a Minoan faction symbol, meaning that this is the local faction in the region you're traveling through. Note that almost every region is controlled by some faction. The symbol has no immediate effect, so you can ignore it for now. However, this is a good place to mark your starting diplomacy scores, with each of the factions, Minoans, Hornsworn, and the Labyrinthians. As you have not met anyone yet, mark 0 on each faction's diplomacy track. So let's go to diplomacy. And we're 0 on all of them. Let's see. Okay. Notice that the tracks are divided into diplomacy thresholds, like neutral, friendly, or unfriendly. Whenever you see the following instructions, faction diplomacy plus minus X, for example, Minoan diplomacy +1, it means that you have to change the diplomatic standing with the name faction by either gaining or losing X on the track. Keep this in mind. Since the only other symbol on this is an adventure, you go straight to resolving Omega Adventure from the tutorial hub in the expedition step. So let's go to Adventures, tutorial. We got a merchant ship. Okay. Then we proceed to the advancement step to resolve the technology. So let's do our merchant ship. The mood on the ships sour even more as you need to enforce food and water rationing. Black ambrosia is not the only thing running low. Maybe the city ship can reach the shores of the island of the Bull, but if you don't find supplies soon, it may well be manned by a crew of corpses. As you ponder the consequences, a solitary squawk breaks the silence. Lookouts... I know, right? Lookouts catch a few fleeting silhouettes looming on the horizon. Soon enough, you see them as well. Bright sails and slender bows by reams from Corinth. Great drafts signaling holes full of cargo. Food, perhaps? When they notice you, they turn around and flee, denying you the chance to explain yourselves. You are no pirates, but you are in desperate need. You urge Alcibiades to speed up. If A7 is marked, which it is not, then the chase reveals the damage suffered from the sea. So A7 was not marked. We marked A8 on the choice matrix, not A7. So we don't need to deal with that madness. So if A7 is marked, this happens, and then we need to deal what happened, then continue. Biremes are no match for the Argo. Soon you catch up with them and they put up no fight. In truth, they surrender. They're like pups rolling onto their backs. With opulent outfits and statures to match the grandeur of their wealth, these merchants are sailing to Knossos to pay tribute to the almighty Minos. Though you make them a more than fair offer, they pointedly refuse. They want nothing to do with you and would sooner see you starve than share even a barrel of their supplies. So we kill them and take it, is what I'm hearing. Choose a party leader. So we get to choose Cersagard. You made them a lucrative offer and still they refuse. You're no thieves, but your crew is starving. These merchants are wealthy enough, they won't miss a few barrels. When push comes to shove, they'll float to Knossos on their bellies. Confiscate their supplies, mark A10, then see a merchant ship's supplies on the next page. Or, you're no pirates or thieves, besides you're fairly close to shore, and to Knossos, you wouldn't want to make enemies here. Let them go. Yeah, we're going to rob them blind. So we're going to mark A10 on the sheet. So A10. Okay. So, yep. Mark A10, then see a merchant ship supplies on the next page. All right. Greedy bastards. This is why I'm going to take this from you. So it says, how did you like that? Surprised? Angered? If you, like, check the... What? Anyway, it said read this. So supplies. Barbaros, you're no better than this mighty scum, says one of the fat merchants when you order your crew to liberate them of some of their cargo. Everyone's got to eat, and we're the biggest fish here, snipes one of you. No, my friend, there is always a bigger fish. Canje the Cantankerous. So, gain +1 of this symbol. Sorry, let me... Argo. I gain +1 Argo Fate. Okay. Then Minoan's diplomacy -1. Okay. So we're unfriendly with them. Cool, cool, cool. Hornsworn diplomacy +1. Cool, cool, cool. So we're still neutral with them. Gotcha. If A8 is marked, I think it is. It is. If A8 is marked, some of your crew have taken to heart your philosophy of the greater good. While you were confiscating the necessary supplies, they snuck on board the biremes to take the rest. Unfortunately, all they could claim were some dead god relics. Gain 1 monument resource. Oh my god. Oh, cargo hold. Gain 1 monument resource. And an additional Argo Fate. Then return to the Voyage phase. So it says, how do you like that? Surprise? Angered? If you like, check the road not taken and compare the two. Yeah, I think I did okay. You see, your choices will have unforeseen consequences, sometimes staggeringly so. They may even form a domino pattern. As you can see, the choice matrix is not the only way your decisions will impact the world of Aeon Trespass Odyssey. Many events may influence how your cause is perceived by various factions, as well as shape the Argonauts' opinion on their dealings with other peoples. This is demonstrated by the diplomacy tracks on the Argo sheet. We've talked about them a bit earlier, and now you had a chance to put that knowledge to use. They should have sold something! That's all I'm saying. I'm hungry. As you resolve the merchant ship adventure, notice the word crime next to its title. This is an adventure trait. Merchant ship adventure. Ah, look right here. Right there, it says crime. You see that? Notice the word crime next to its title. This is an adventure trait. Almost all hub adventures from here on will have these. This is your way to gain experience for the Menmos cards. Look closely at the Imprisonment Menmos card. It has 3 traits. There's crime. Curse, dream, and crime. So when we get one, we get to mark off a slot's what they're saying. And I believe Leocheles has that. Notice that one of these, crime, matches the trait of the merchant ship adventure. If the trait matches, gain 1 node for that Menmos. Argonauts, Menmos. So would I be at 2? I think I'm at 2 for that. Okay. Now you're 1/3 of the way towards unlocking. Nope, it would just be 1. It would just be 1. So I'm 1/3 because that says 1, 2, 3. Oh no. I'm right. It should be at 2. Then the next one would be 3, and then the next one would be there. So I'm a third way there. Okay. You gain 1 node. You're 1/3 of the way towards unlocking a new ability and having a breakthrough. Simple. Now proceed to the advancement step. So there is a battle technology symbol that we can research. The only one we can do is ranged weapons. And now that we have researched, trireme weapons with trireme armor, we can research this, which leads to us adding arrow barrage and siren armor. So we're going to research this, and we can do a ballista gun for 5 trireme, 1 fleshy mantle, and a petrified javelin for 3 trireme and 5 raw ambrosia. So we're going to add arrow barrage, which is a battle technology, to here. So it requires trireme range, so it's pretty good to be researched. And what it does is it says it's an Argo ability. Remember, we have 2 of them. So place 1 break token or 2 open tokens in a Kratos pool. It has 3 charges. So that is 1. The other one is a siren armor. So it needs trireme range weapons, which it does have. Once we research it, and we can get some armor building out on our next one. But we haven't researched these yet, so they go in the research pool. Cool. Okay. Remember to add all technologies listed in the leads to section of the newly researched card to your projects deck. Then put the trireme range weapons into your technology deck. Okay, adventure traits and Menmos, we've already done that. And then we're on to round 6. Time to set sail again. So we can only go south, which leads us to 27. We didn't see 6, right? I'll leave you to discover that one on your own. So we pull 27 when we're going to sail. So we're going to flip this, and what do we have? Doom! Yeah, 27. Why is it coming from 22? That's weird. So we're going to come down here, put it here. So we sail down to 27. We do this. We mark off on our lovely timeline here. So time to set sail again. You should now be able to move on to tile 27. Do it now and mark the last day of the tutorial, which is that one. Do it now, mark the last day of the tutorial on the timeline. You finally arrived at the shores of Crete. The lights of Knossos will guide you to the port. First, however, you must resolve the exploration step. You encountered a doom symbol, so put another doom symbol on the card. Yeah, it becomes part of the full game. So, another doom symbol. So we got 2 doom on that card. Then it's time to explore your immediate surroundings using the exploration deck. The exploration deck is your main way of gaining mortal resources. It represents you dealing with the locals as well as some other more rare encounters. Take a look at the Bridge Thalos technology card. From now on, whenever you move to a new tile, even if it has already been explored, you will gather resources. So this one says, at the start of each day, you move. So gather resources. During the exploration step, after resolving exploration symbols, draw and resolve 2 stacks of exploration cards. 2 stacks. Okay, let's see what that means. All right, so we're going to gather resources. We're going to grab. This is the exploration deck. I'm gonna talk about my next annoyance. These are not ordered. They're not ordered. So the first exploration card that I saw in here, and once again, this was quick to figure out. It was just a mild annoyance. The first card you have on here has no symbol. The first card of the exploration deck, when you flip it over. There's no number there. So you're like, okay, it's supposed to be on the bottom left. So to me, when I looked at this card, I was looking at this number at the bottom. Like, okay, bottom left that. But it's actually in black. So if you're not seeing a number on your card, don't use that. Find the numbers in black. Okay, mild annoyance. I solved it as soon as I went to the next card, but it was just there. And so you get 1 through 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 19, 23, and 28 through 31. Right? You will find a card's number in the lower left corner and shuffle them to create the exploration deck. So these need to be sleeved because I'm shuffling. Then draw 2 exploration stacks. Why did I say stacks? Why not cards? And gain the designated resources. Okay. I've never done this, so let's see how this works. I did not do this in my learning, so I'm going to read this piece so I understand how this gaining these stacks work. First, let me shuffle these up. What are my plans for storing tokens? So I usually, in terms of token storage, I usually try to find a third-party. I'm using Baggies right now, but I usually get a third-party organizer, and I believe someone on Etsy is building one. I don't want to give away because I don't think he wants me to say it until he releases it. But someone on Etsy is building one, and when it releases, I'm going to buy that one because I've seen some of what he's doing, and it looks incredible. So, all right, cool. All right, so we've got this shuffled. So it says, during the exploration step, you trigger map tile actions and gather resources from the exploration deck. Each cycle has its own deck, and the deck itself will evolve over the course of the campaign. Sure. Once you've assembled your exploration deck, shuffle it and draw cards from the top, resolving them one at a time until you draw one that shows the end stack symbol. Do not shuffle any cards back into exploration deck. Start another stack and repeat the process until the second stack ends. Remember to note any resources you gain from these cards on the Argo sheet. Only then you can shuffle back the cards into the deck. Ooh. Okay, so let's do this. Let me move this under here. And let's see what we're dealing with. First card. Super tiny text for everyone. So, Minoan fleet. Resolve an effect based on your diplomacy with Minoans. What is our diplomacy because I robbed them blind? -1. I always use Plano boxes for tokens. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that, but I want to see what they're going to do. So we are unfriendly. Unfriendly, gain 1. Argo. We're going to gain an Argo Fate for unfriendly. Okay. Then, it says if the Argo Fate is 7+, random Argonaut gains 1 despair token. Okay, so we don't need to deal with that. Oh man, if we were friendly, we'd have gotten something cool. Okay, so then we do draw another symbol. That's the symbol at the bottom. So it says gain 1 monument resource. So we're not friendly with them, so we'll gain just 1 monument resource. Okay. And that has an X at the bottom, so that ends that first stack, and we're going to do another stack. Check the very small text at the bottom. Remove until the next timeline battle. Okay. Cool. It's out. Then next, we get gain +1 Titan. Woohoo! I like that. I'm assuming it's a Dreamwalker Titan. We're at our limit for Titans. If we're friendly plus gain, Argonaut, chosen Argonaut gains 1 rage, but we are not. Next stack. Gain 2 trireme resources. If we're denounced, chosen Argonaut gains 1 danger. We are not denounced, we're just unfriendly. And that is the X of the stack, so we're done. So we are done. So it says, remember to note any resources you gain from these cards on the Argo sheet, only then can you shuffle the cards back into the deck. However, not all exploration cards are shuffled back. Some may instruct you to remove them until next timeline battle, or even remove them permanently from the deck, so read the cards carefully. If you save your game in between timeline battles, remember to store any cards that were removed from the deck until the next timeline battle. Gotcha. Then we'll get down there. So here we go. That was up there, and gain the designated resources. For now, your spoils may not seem particularly exciting, but your exploration deck will get progressively better with time. See the acclamation brackets on day 18, 36, and 54 on the timeline. On these days, you will remove some cards from the exploration deck and substitute them with the improved variants. What's the one? 18? There it is. Yeah, you see it in gray. Acclamation. Yeah. Okay, so it'll remind me, which is good. Okay. There's no adventure symbol on the current tile and no timeline battle on the timeline, so you can skip the expedition and encounter steps altogether. However, before you continue the story, it's time to finally put your hard-earned resources to use in the advancement step. Go to the Argo Works Technology oversized card. It's a gain or go? Gain it. Argo Works Technology oversized card. You have access to 3 production technologies: trireme weapons, trireme armor, and trireme range weapons. Each of them represent a specialized workshop set up in the Grand Agora and shows a list of available gear. The resources provided by Alcibiades shipbreakers should be enough for a shipwrecker shield and a Kratos Koposh. Craft them now. So we've got Grand Agora. During the advancement step, you can use unavailable resources to craft. So that's what this is. That led to this. And basically, it has no requirements, and it's going to lead to trading solutions, which will be the next big card that we get. So I'll put that down there, and now we can craft. Okay, they want us to craft the Shipbreaker Shield and the Kratos Koposh, which are these two. So to craft the Shipbreaker Shield, it costs, let's go to our resources. It costs 2 armaments. Right? 2 armaments. 1, 2. It costs 3 raw ambrosia. 1, 2, 3. And 1 muscle cluster. Boom. So we've crafted, dang it, the Shipbreaker Shield. So that's our new weapon. So we got a Shipbreaker Mace and a Shipbreaker Shield. Then we're also crafting the Kratos Koposh, which is 2 trireme, 3 raw ambrosia, 1 infused mechanism. And we've got our next weapon. And then we go to advancements. That's the advancement step of doing gear crafting. I want to see if I can craft something else. So, do I have a calcified knuckle? I don't have a fleshy mantle. Do I have enough triremes? Nope. Don't have enough of that. I have enough ambrosia. I'm trying to find a ranged weapon. I'm a ranged fighter. I don't have muscle clusters. Oh, there's a calcified knucklebone, right? I need 3 monuments. Only got 2. Dang it! I can't make anything else. I gotta wait till the next fight to make something. Alright, so we move on. Before you resolve the story set, remove all the map tiles with T in their numbering. You won't need them anymore. This leaves only 1 tile. Kenosis. So, so remove all these. These will get shuffled back into exploration deck. Those are gone. Cycle 1. Then this marks the end of the Learn to Play. Docking in Kenosis finally gives you a chance to resupply and repair the Argo. So reset your stats before you begin the campaign. Set your crew. Set your crew to 5. And the Argo to 4. The Argo hull to 4. And your Argo Fate and Strangers to 0. Be wary, regaining these statistics will not be easy in the future. Also, gain 1 Sisyphus tier as a reward for finishing the tutorial. This mysterious divine resource will allow you to replay a lost battle. See Sisyphus tier in the rulebook. I did not pull that card out, so I'm going to go dig for that. There are still lessons to learn, but you know enough to freely explore Crete. Look for progress symbols to further your quests. Beware of the doom symbols, as gaining too much can spell, well, your doom. Remember to resolve all symbols marked on the timeline, structural and battle research, as well as timeline battles. Go on adventures to gain unique rewards and develop your characters and gather resources to create new adventures. And that is the tutorial. We've gone through the tutorial, which is the meat of the game. It's not a card, it's marked on the sheet app. Okay. Sisyphus tier then. Marked on here. What is it marked as? Choice? No, it's not choice. Hidden? Ah, there it is. Hidden. Sisyphus tier. Boom. Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Locator. So, Sisyphus tier marked. See Sisyphus tier in rulebook on page 57. Let's see what that is before we call it. Sisyphus tiers are mysterious divine resources of unknown origin. When a battle ends, players as a group may decide to spend 1 Sisyphus tier to replay the battle without suffering any of its consequences. Do not lose Titans, gain Doom, or resolve end of battle effects. Simply restore the game to the state from before the battle. This includes any spent god forms and summonings. You can freely change your Titans and loadouts and prepared Argo abilities before you attempt to battle again. Note, however, that Sisyphus tiers are an extremely rare resource and should not be spent lightly. That's a restart. Gotcha. Ready? Read the special Cycle 1 rules in Cycle 1 Truth of the Labyrinth storybook. Then proceed to paragraph 01 in its main story section. Your Odyssey begins. And that is the Learn to Play. We went through the Hecaton battle and we went through the voyage. So we did all of that. So going forward, we are going to start first book, which is this massive behemoth that is Truth of the Labyrinth. So we're going to be starting this cycle 1, and it said read the special rules. So whenever we have to do a story event for story 1, we're going to be here. Like whenever we roll for an adventure, it'll tell us which one we deal with, and it's just story. So I think the special rules is like here on how to use the book and whatnot. But it's all story passages and decisions to make as you go through the story, as you can see. So there's a picture of the Hecaton. I love it. So yeah, that is lit. So that is basically the playthrough of the game from the tutorial if you want to learn how to play. When we and that is where I stop. For the next sessions, I have to set up my second table to leave the game set up permanently. I agree. So I only stop in here for this, but I'm going to continue on. I've already set the time for the next playthrough. You have to either note where dials are or have a younger memory. I have that in the app. in the app, in the Argonaut app, I can set, I believe there's a place in here to set where their dials are when I save. So I will save that in the app, and the app saves everything. So that's the thing. I don't want to, my memory's terrible. I know 2 people have danger. I'll just make sure that they have danger when we get into it. But that's all that's really there. And I believe it is Cersagard and, Cersagard and Leo Achilles who have it. So 24-hour stream for completing cycle. Good lord, no. I would be dead. No. But we're going to go through. What I'm going to do for cycle 1 is I'm just going to, like, next time when I play, I'm just going to play. And when we find a good stopping point, we'll stop. But other than that, we'll just keep going with cycle 1, see where it takes us. We could die, we could live. So we'll see. That's kind of what Steven and I did for KDM. We just played until we got to a point where we were like, okay, we're good. I think you need more than 24 hours for cycle 1 to complete. You're probably right. But we're going to play it and we're going to see how it goes. But you've seen the app in action. I printed out the pages, but I was like, I don't want to use the pages. That annoys me. So we'll see how it goes. And there's some way to log this. But when you're good, you just hit save. And there it is, Triskelions. So that's where you save it. Hey, look at that. So Cersagard has 1 danger. And so does Leo Achilles. 1. And look at that. Saved. Save. Boom. So we've saved the Triskelions. It's all in the app. Does it save multiple different points in time? Because to reset for a tier, you need to know a previous point in time. It saves the timeline if that's what you're talking about. Like here, it says round step that you're on, the story card that you're on. So I'm on 1A, and there is 1 progress token on the story card. And Doom card, I'm on 1A. And there are 2 Doom tokens on that. The Argo map tile that we're on is 27. The adversary map tile, we don't have that. Last city visited tile was T something or other, right? T. Here it is. T04. Oh, did I just do? Well, let me do numbers, so I just do 04. And then Inward Odyssey, single token, I don't have. Oh, I don't know what that means. So I don't have that yet. So I don't know what that means, so I don't have it yet. So you save the campaign state. No, those dials would have to be reset. So at start of battle, Ross has 3 danger, 2 fate. You'll need to note that because if you use a tier at the end. Ross doesn't have 3 danger. Ross has 1 danger. Remember, after we completed the... Oh, yes. So at the start, Ross has 1 danger. Ross has no danger, actually. Ross suffered nothing. Ross rolled above what was needed to survive. And remember that the... What's that thing called? The Fates thing happened at the end of the Hecaton battle? That it's called the Tides of Fate happened, which reset everything. So Ross didn't suffer anything. He is giving... Oh, a hypothetical. Gotcha. Yeah, yep. And I will come in here and restart this. Yep. And what's cool about the app... So Triskelions, we've got everything set here. But yes, I'll come in here and reset this. Yeah. Yep. And then the campaign we set here. If we're going to save it, we could say... let me make sure. Save. Over here, we've got our God forms, our choice matrix. We've got our adventures if we need any. So we'll be doing an Fated Conundrum next, looks like, as we step through, but the tutorial's completed. And I think you've seen a lot of this that's on here. So we can do our save and quit, which will take us back to the main screen. And when we go to host game, there is where we left off. Right there, you could run multiple campaigns on this if you want to. You don't have to just stick to one. You could do multiple and the time dates it. So then when you click in this, are you ready to continue? Let us depart. And then we start back. And that's how we get into it. So I prefer using this app overwriting a bunch of stuff down on paper, and the fact that they use paper hurts my soul. So, yeah, that is pretty much where we left off. You're not being annoying. What are you saying? Yeah, Locator clarified it for me. You're not being annoying. Stop saying that. You're being super helpful. Nope, you're being super helpful. So don't say you're annoying. But the hypothetical is at the start of battle, if Ross has 3 danger and 2 fate, you'll need to note that because if you use a tier at the end of battle, you have to go back in time on that. Yeah. I plan to hold on to those tiers until they're really needed for a reset. So until I save the game, and I think that's the thing, like if I change anything and I don't save the game, when I come back, it should be on its last save state. So it should keep that. So I don't have to remember it, which is fantastic. Okay. So that is that's Aeon Trespass Odyssey tutorial. I mean, it don't get no better than that. So, but no, you're not being annoying. You've been amazingly helpful. So thank you so much, everybody in chat, Black, Adam, Locator, all of you who have been super helpful in the chat. I really appreciate it. Don't feel like, oh, I shouldn't say anything because he'll get mad. No, I'll get mad if I make a mistake and I don't catch it. That's when I get mad. If someone's like, hey, you made a mistake here, I am super grateful. I'm like, thank you so much. That helps me. That helps other people who come to the channel to say, hey, what's this guy doing? Because I don't want them to play it wrong either. So your comments, your help in chat, your keeping me honest is beyond helpful. Do not shy away from it, okay? If somebody else tells you to shy away from it, tell them, shut up. Come over here. Tell me what I'm doing wrong so that I can be better. So I appreciate it. Personally, are you liking ATO more than KDM, or what's your stance on it? Too early to tell. That's what I'll say about ATO. Too early to tell. I fought a weekend hackathon. The thing that I like more about ATO's boss battle thus far is that I'm able to what do they call that? Acceleration. What do they call that? When the guy gets pissy at you. I forgot. Escalation. The escalation phase. Like, I love that escalation. It's not God mode at the beginning. I love the escalation part of that battle, but it's too early to tell for me. KDM has lost only because of mini assembling being mandatory. Ugh. I don't have KDM. I played it on Tabletop Simulator. I like it. It makes me... That game, like, it'll tick me off. I'll get mad. I'll leave it. And then, like, hours later, I'm like, if I would have done this, or maybe I could do this armor. So it made me think about it. So I want to see if this does that too. Yeah, that's a hard one. So I was going to say I think ATO is more accessible. Not with these tiny cards. But I'll probably say, I don't know. And I like the ATO's narrative. KDM really doesn't have a narrative. It's your story. So I guess there's the difference. KDM is the story. You invent the story. You just go through crap that happens to you as you play, but you invent the stories you play. So I think that's apples and oranges there, because KDM doesn't have a narrative. It's just cycles of life. ATO has an actual story, so you're finding out what's going on, which has, I'm a big story guy, so it has me intrigued. It definitely has me intrigued. But yeah, Black, too early to tell. Too early to tell. I'll probably say, let me play this game. Let me go through a cut. Like, as we play this game, ask me this after the 4th boss battle and about the third adventure cycle. So probably around the 4th playthrough, when we're wherever we are in cycle 1 or dead, ask me then, and I can give you a proper answer to that question. Yes, but it is only fight and settlement. There's no exploration. Exactly. Well, there is the hunt, right? The hunt is the exploration part, but it's not really much of exploration. It's just how screwed are you before you get to the boss fight? Or this one actually has a story. So I agree with you on that one. I can agree with you. I can respect that. I can respect that. In relation to boss battles, have you seen anything for Sankakushin? It's supposed to be. I think they mentioned that it's supposed to be happening sometime this year. That's all they've released of it. The Kickstarter is going to be coming sometime this year, but they haven't released when. They haven't released anything else other than that. So I'd probably say just stay close to the page and do the for updates. Sign up for the updates, so you'll see what's on there. But they're being super hush hush about Sankakushin. I love what they've revealed so far, but I don't know. I need more. I want to research deeply kind of the mechanics of the game. There's a lot of things in that boss battler that shake a lot of boss battlers' engines to the core. So I want to see what they're offering, right? It may be fantastic. It may be a bust. I don't know. It could be another Townsfolk Tussle. I did not like that game. I didn't back it. I don't like it. So I'm going to kickstart this year and probably deliver in 3. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Sankakushin will have the same problem for me. Mini assembly with tiny... Oh, they're doing mini assembly? Oh, please don't. I would actually prefer you send me standees than have me assemble minis. Oh, gosh. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, if there are any other questions about this, let me know. If I played anything wrong, if I got anything wrong, let me know. Put it in the comments below. Let me know what I did wrong. Black, Azariel, Adam, Locator, everyone else in chat, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate all your help. So it's going to be fantastic. So, alrighty. I'm going to get out of here and find some lunch, and then we're going to get back to it. Then we're going to get into, so what's coming up next? Tuesday, Skyrim. We're going into Skyrim, the adventure board game by Modifius. I got to play this game with Steve from One Stop Co-op Shop. He taught me how to play, so I'm going to be bringing that adventure as part of the cycle. So remember, I decided instead of playing Oathsworn every single Tuesday, that it won't burn away at me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to trade things up. So I'm going to have a cycle of things. And I put Darkest Dungeon on the back burner, not because I don't like it. I like the game, but I need to explain. I feel weird playing that game without the Wheel, the Warren, and the Cove. So I'm actually going to put that game on the shelf until the Wheel, the Warren, and the Cove deliver, and then I'm back into Darkest Dungeon. It's a fun game. It's a great game, but it just feels odd to me as a fan of the IP, so I'm going to wait. So what's going to be the cycle is going to be Oathsworn, Frostpunk until we complete all the scenarios. Then we're going to play this Aeon Trespass Odyssey will make its way into the cycle, and then we're going to play Skyrim, going through the campaign on that one. So basically, 4 games, 1 game a month, right? One playthrough of it a month that you'll see popping on there in cycles as it goes through. Then on Sundays, I've got in February, starting February, Cynthia, Kate, and I are going back to Arkham Horror, and we're gonna be playing Edge of the Earth. Kate is making the decks for us right now, which is fantastic. Thank you so much, Kate. And we're gonna be playing through that. And then also, I've got some board games that I still have to get through for from Gen Con. So those will get mixed in as we play through different things. So we'll see how that goes. There's a lot of content coming. A lot of games have been delivering. I've got a whole bunch that I'm looking at as I'm peering over on the floor right now to introduce you all to, and it'll be coming. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining. And remember, I love you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. I'll see you all later. Bye.